Welcome to the London Assembly's Mayor's Question Time meeting. Good morning, colleagues and viewers on the webcast. In accordance with government regulations, we are holding this meeting on a hybrid basis with some Assembly members here in the chamber and others participating remotely. I'd also like to welcome the Mayor back to the chamber today to answer our questions. Can I ask Rebecca Arnold, our clerk, to confirm the names of the Assembly members who are present at this meeting and any apologies for today's business? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We have no apologies for absence, and in attendance at the meeting we have, joining us remotely, Assembly members Arnold, Bacon, Dismore, Eshalomi, Gavron, Hall, Curtin, McCartney, Moore, O'Connell, Prince, Qureshi, Dr Sahota and Assembly Member Arbour, Deputy Chairman. And in the chamber we have Assembly members Bailey, Berry, Devonish, Duval, Pigeon, Russell, Whittle and yourself, Assembly Member Shah, the Chair. We are expecting Assembly members Boff, Cooper and Desai to join us shortly remotely.
Thank you very much, Rebecca, for that.
Chair.
Sorry, yes, who is this?
This is Assembly Desai. I don't think my name was mentioned. I've just joined.
Welcome, Assembly Member Desai. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, to start with, first I have my announcements. On behalf of the London Assembly, I would like to offer a message of support and thanks to the growing Hispanics, Latinos and Lusophones communities who make London one of the most diverse cities in the world. During this year's Amigo Month, I would like to express my support for your celebrations over the next few weeks. Although the celebrations will be different this year due to COVID-19, it is still important that we recognize the contributions your communities bring to our city, and we thank you for that. Here is an update on some recent Assembly activities. The Housing and Environment Committees wrote to the Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy on the Green Homes Grant and Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund. The London Assembly questioned the Mayor and TfL on TfL's finances last week. The Transport Committee wrote to Network Rail on the impact of COVID-19 on London's transport network, and the Housing Committee published the annual Affordable Homes Monitor, which looked into the Mayor's record on affordable housing numbers. Moving on, we have declarations of interest. Can I ask the Assembly to note recommendations set out in item 2 of the agenda?
Noted.
Thank you. Can I ask the Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interests or other relevant interests where they relate to the items on the agenda for today's meeting?
None.
No, I hear there are none. Can I now ask formally to receive Mayor's report covering the period from 3rd of July 2020 to 3rd of September 2020. The Mayor will now provide an oral update of up to 5 minutes in length on matters occurring since the publication of his report. Mr. Mayor.
Good morning. This is a critical moment in the fight against COVID-19. Cases and infection rates are on the rise again in boroughs across our city. Hospital admissions are starting to increase both here and around the country. And the government's chief scientific advisor has warned that the UK is now on the edge of losing control. It's in this context that I've written today to the Health Secretary about the continuing chaos and confusion over the government's testing programme. Many Londoners are being told there are no testing sites available in London. The delays are preventing frontline workers from being able to do their jobs, and children are being kept away from their classrooms unnecessarily. This failure is putting lives and livelihoods in jeopardy. We've known for months now that come the autumn, demand for testing would increase. This crunch point should have been foreseen and then avoided. And unless the government massively ramps up testing capacity in London, we'll be back to where we started, trying to halt the spread of the virus in the dark. Nothing is more important than a fully functioning test, trace and isolate system if we're to prevent a devastating second wave. But time is fast running out. Another major threat on the immediate horizon that could sabotage our chance of recovery in London is a damaging no-deal Brexit, which is looking increasingly likely. This would hit our economy, businesses and jobs hard at the worst possible time. That's why I've also written to the Prime Minister to urge him to extend the trade talks with the EU until this pandemic is over, and to put our country's interests ahead of party politics at this time of unprecedented national crisis. As Mayor, I make no apologies for standing up for Londoners and putting pressure on the government to do what's needed to protect jobs, to support businesses and to keep our city safe. And this is what I'll continue to do. Chair, I've been asked for one oral update from Assemblymember Pigeon in relation to actions taken by the Met Police and TfL following a BBC London report. Chair, I'm aware of the BBC report alleging that driving licences have been fraudulently offered online. The DVLA has issued a statement saying it's not possible to obtain a driving licence in this way and that it is a money-making scam. I understand the DVLA is investigating the claims, which would then be shared with the relevant authority to take action. TfL has a range of requirements in place for applicants of a taxi or private hire vehicle licence, including a requirement that a full DVLA Northern Ireland or other EEA state driving licence must have been held for a minimum of 3 years. On receipt of an application for a taxi or PHV driver's licence, one of the many checks that TfL carries out is a check of the DVLA database to confirm the validity of the DVLA driving licence. As the piece points out, this apparent scam does not result in applicants receiving a genuine licence. The false licence numbers provided to applicants do not appear on the DVLA website or database, so anyone attempting to obtain a taxi or PHV licence in London using this scam would not pass TfL checks. Even if it were possible to obtain a DVLA driving licence in a fraudulent manner, it is unlikely to meet TfL's basic criteria of having been held for more than 3 years. If the DVLA or other authorities do identify an issue with fraudulent documentation, TfL has assured me they'll investigate and, where necessary, take appropriate licensing action.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that. We now move to the questions on the priority order paper. As I always do, once again, may I please request the members to mute their microphones when they are not speaking, and also make a special appeal to the members and the mayor not to speak over each other to ensure that you are clearly heard and understood by other members and equally by Londoners watching the webcast. The first question on the order paper is question number 2606 on Londoners at risk of eviction during coronavirus, in the name of Assemblymember Barry. Assemblymember Barry, your question, please.
Thank you. I'm deeply concerned that a quarter of London's 2.2 million privately renting adults have fallen behind on their rent during the pandemic, or say they're likely to do so soon, meaning 500,000 people are potentially facing eviction in our city. That's why I've written to the Secretary of State calling on the government to give me the powers to freeze private rents in London for 2 years as an emergency measure to protect renters while the extent of the economic crisis becomes clear. During this time, rents would be allowed to fall but not rise. To support this, I'm asking the government for a wider package of support for renters. First, grants to allow renters to stay in their homes and clear arrears until the government can make changes to welfare that will support everyone to sustain their tenancies in the longer term. Second, expanding access to welfare, including scrapping the benefit cap, uprating local housing allowance to median market rents, additional discretionary housing payments to cover shortfalls and extending eligibility to all renters, including those not currently entitled. Third, scrapping Section 21 no-fault eviction as soon as possible and restricting access to Section 8 eviction until the wider welfare measures outlined are brought in. Throughout the pandemic, I've lobbied the government to use the time afforded by the eviction ban to put in place measures to support renters. It's squandered this time, I'm afraid, and is actually withdrawing support by bringing the furlough scheme to an end. The government's new 6-month notice period and the 1 month extension of the eviction ban will protect renters from homelessness for a little longer. However, with no further support to help renters stay in their homes, many will simply accrue more and more debt with no means of paying it off. I've used my own limited powers and resources to provide information and guidance to renters and landlords on the City Hall website and paid for hundreds of local government officers and almost 1,500 Met Police officers to be trained in combating illegal evictions and supporting renters. In the longer term, the cost to the state of a tsunami of evictions will far outweigh those of putting in place the preventative measures I've outlined, especially if we're given the powers to bring private rents under control. The government must face the reality that now is not the time to turn off the taps.
Thank you for laying all that out, Mr Mayor, and the way you've responded to this question coming up today and the campaigners with your statements yesterday. It's all sorely needed. And looking back, it's notable to see you've come on such a journey on renting rights since we first started pushing you. Now, the last time we spoke about this in May, I was really focused on the arrears that were building up and getting these forgiven, and it was unclear then whether you had proposals for that. But in your statement yesterday and just now, you've mentioned that you want to see grants to allow renters to stay in their homes and clear arrears. This is good, but can I just ask, this is the rent forgiveness we're talking about. You wouldn't be expecting those renters to pay this back if it was a grant?
What I'm hoping is that the government looks at the suggestions I've made, one of which is grants to help not just with future rent, but arrears that are built up, because the accrued rent arrears could lead to grants for a Section 8 eviction. So you'll have seen a package of measures, I'm happy to share the letter with you, that I've asked the government to include in a package of support. And as you're aware, Sean, we're talking about potentially 500,000 Londoners at the moment are at risk of potential eviction from September 22nd onwards.
No, I think that's right. I mean, the fairest thing, the renters themselves need to have their debts cleared. It's a significant investment we're asking for, but it would be worth it, and this is all progress. I thank you for that, and I hope the government listens. Now, unemployment is affecting many renters, particularly young people. The new employment figures are extremely worrying, and we've all commented on them. And the crisis is prompting more and more people to consider the idea of an unconditional basic support system without cracks for people to fall through. So have you yourself come round to the idea of a universal basic income yet?
I've already said it's an issue worth exploring. The evidence is mixed, or actually not good, in the country where they piloted this, but you'll know that some people are equating a furlough scheme with a sort of, inverted commas, universal basic income. I think it's worth exploring. I'm not fully signed up to introducing universal basic income, but I think it's worth exploring the idea. I'm particularly conscious, not just so much of the universal basic income with the furlough scheme, but actually that a number of women in London and across the country do a number of work at home, whether it's childcare or other issues, and aren't remunerated for doing so. And you and I both know women whose careers haven't progressed because of additional responsibilities they're not paid for, and often when they're older, they haven't got the same pension as many men have. So I think there's a whole piece of work required to look at unfairness in the workplace.
Great, I will explore that further with you in future questions, and please do look at the final results of the finished study. Thank you, but I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you. We now move on to a question from Assembly Member Cooper, question 2974 on air pollution and COVID-19.
COVID-19 has shone a harsh spotlight on the impact of exposure to poor air quality on our health. Many people with pre-existing medical conditions which make them more vulnerable to severe illness from COVID-19 are suffering from diseases exacerbated by long-term exposure to air pollution. Disadvantaged and Black, Asian, minority ethnic communities have been disproportionately affected by the pandemic, and for too long they've also been disproportionately affected by air pollution. The need for a cleaner, greener London has never been more apparent. Lockdown led to a dramatic fall in toxic air pollution, but it's now returning to previous levels once again. We can't afford to replace one public health crisis with another. Over the past 4 years, we've worked tirelessly to improve our air quality, introducing the world's first an award-winning ultra-low emission zone, cleaning up the bus, taxi and private hire fleets, as well as construction machinery and new buildings. Over that time, nitrogen dioxide at roadside sites in central London reduced by 5 times the national average. These improvements directly benefit public health and London's economy. But there are still too many people, especially children, whose lives will be permanently harmed unless we do more. A clean, green recovery means tackling the twin dangers of climate change and air pollution. It means expanding the ultra-low emission zone in October 2021 and aiming for a zero-carbon city by 2030. I've demonstrated the power of this office to improve London's environment, but I've always been clear that the government needs to step up too. As a minimum, it should match our ambition and adopt the WHO target for PM 2.5 as a legally binding goal for 2030 in the Environment Bill. It should also support London and other cities and regions by providing funding for local scrappage schemes and accelerating full electrification of the bus fleet.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I'd just like to thank you again on behalf of my constituents and indeed Londoners for the work that you've been taking, which was sorely lacking in the 8 years prior to your arrival in 2016. You've taken a whole series of actions. Now, recent data that you've been releasing shows that London's air pollution had fallen 5 times more than the rest of the country, thanks to your schemes, including the ULEZ. And we had seen further drops during lockdown, but it is now starting to rise again, as you were saying. I just wondered if you could set out for us how you are proactively working with the boroughs to tackle this rise in air pollution as soon as possible. Engagement with local people and businesses is obviously really important. I know a number of Assembly members have been approached about schemes, and I just wondered if you could say what you've been doing and what your teams have been doing to engage in that way.
Thanks for the question. So it is really important we take Londoners with us, and the councils are crucial in this. The councils control 95% of the roads in our city. We control just 5%. But also we've got to take businesses and residents with us as well. A number of things we're doing in relation to this. In relation to the ultra-low emission zone, you'll be aware of the work we did with particularly the 5 boroughs in central London. We're now working with all the boroughs up to the North Circle and South Circle, in fact all the boroughs in London, in advance of the ULEZ being extended. Also to work with them in relation to a scrappage scheme which many businesses benefit from that we've introduced, but also around street space. Boroughs separately are doing their own work around the low neighbourhood plans, local neighbourhood networks and plans, and we're working with those councils. You'll be aware of the monies given by government to help councils with local schemes, and we're helping administer that and speaking to councils, giving them advice where they ask for it as well.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think there have been some issues because the government did ask for people to put in bids very quickly, and some schemes were installed without the normal consultation in advance. So I think that has created some problems. An issue that has been raised repeatedly with me is the impact on Londoners who have disabilities, and I just wondered if you would like to send a message today to disabled Londoners who, they will still be able to access their homes and public transport, and their access should be maintained or even improved.
Absolutely right. Accessibility has got to be a key criteria when it comes to any scheme. One of the things that TfL have reassured me about is they're working with a number of disability groups across our city, including its independent disability advisory group. It's really important we don't, with the best intentions, inadvertently make things really bad for people who are disabled. That's why it's really important that we work with groups, specialists and disabled Londoners to make sure schemes consider their needs as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I think all Assembly members will continue to engage with TfL around the needs of people with disabilities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just one observation from me. It's really great to see that Assembly Chamber today at City Hall is full to its capacity, observing social distancing. We have not only our Mayor of London, but we also have 9 Assembly colleagues, which is the full capacity that we can have under the risk assessment. So it's really, really good to have real people, real members in the building here. So moving on from that, and that's where I move on to the next question from Assembly Member Whittle, who is in the chamber. His question is number 2974 on air pollution and COVID-19. Mr. Mayor.
No,
It's not.
the Commission for Diversity.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
it's not on that.
The Commission for
Not to my knowledge.
Diversity.
I'm sorry, is the Commission for Diversity in the Public Realm.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Chair. London is one of the most diverse cities in the world. But many Londoners don't see themselves or their histories reflected in our public realm. The range of people immortalised in our statues, memorials and buildings do not capture who we are and what we represent. It's an uncomfortable truth, for example, that our nation and our city owe a large part of their wealth to the slave trade. The Black Lives Matter protest have rightly brought this to the public's attention. Under the terms of the GLA Act, I have the authority to establish advisory boards and commissions which promote economic and social development. As Mayor, I represent all Londoners, and I believe it's important that we bring people together and take the right steps to ensure we celebrate the achievements and diversity of everyone in our city. That's why I've established the Commission. As well as City Hall, boroughs across London and others are also addressing this important issue, and my team is working closely with other global cities including New York and Sydney. In London, we've established a partners board to provide advice to the Commission, which includes English Heritage, the Arts Council, Black Cultural Archives and Historic England. And we're working in partnership with borough leaders from across London who welcomed the Commission. It's important to be clear about why this issue has captured the imagination of Londoners. Our capital's diversity is our greatest strength, yet our statues, road names and public spaces reflect a bygone era. This can't continue. I think we should celebrate the achievements and diversity of everyone in our city and that we commemorate those who've made London what it is today. To do this, we must discuss the sometimes complicated legacy of our public realm, and this is what the Commission is all about.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Mayor. When they drafted that act that you referred to, I don't think probably that they expected that they would have a mayor who saw it perfectly fine to take upon himself to judge London's heritage and past. And I would ask you, on a moral level, if not a legislative one, what right do you think you have to sit with this committee in judgment on London's heritage, which has, I would add, a British significance too, being the capital?
Well, let me try and just unpackage the number of issues you raised there. So I think you're wrong in your analysis of the intentions of parliamentarians who drafted the GLA Act. You'll be aware that previous mayors have, for example, with others, decided what takes place on the 4th plinth. You'll be aware, for example, that we now have a new statue in Parliament Square of Millicent Fawcett, which was, which City Hall did a lot of work in getting to where it is today. You'll also be aware that previous mayors have made decisions around the public realm of Trafalgar Square and Parliament Square as well. So when you talk about the intention of the GLA Act, I'm really happy for us to both explore what the intentions were, but I think you're wrong there. In relation to me being the judge, I'm not. We've set up a commission which have a number of key stakeholders from across our great city who will be providing advice which we hope to act upon.
Mr. Mayor, these people on your commission, they're all going to be basically mayor's mates, aren't they? They're all going to sing from the same hymn sheet, which is an ideological one. This was born, this idea, and you announced it at the very height of the BLM protest. So basically, the incentive behind this really is one of revising and removal. Millicent Fawcett in Parliament Square was a new statue. We're not really talking about that, are we? We're talking about going back through London's past. You mentioned, when you've talked about this, you said that much of London comes from a bygone era. Well, that would be history, Mr. Mayor. You do accept that a bygone era is actually history. And I repeat, nobody, no mayor, no elected official, none of us, have the right to simply start removing and revising what has been there for centuries and centuries. And you say that I would take great issue when you say this has really captured the imaginations of Londoners. It's really demoralised them. Can you not see that?
Well, I can see you're demoralised, but I can speak on behalf of other Londoners who quite like the idea of us looking at public spaces. There could be street names, there could be works of art, there could be murals, there could be blue plaques, and there could be other issues as well. I'm not quite clear why you feel so threatened by
I do feel threatened, Mr. Mayor. I don't feel threatened at all. I don't. I do not feel threatened. It's not a question of that. What I do feel very passionate about is somebody basically coming in and essentially saying, I am going to, or this commission is going to start, as you put it, deciding which legacies should be celebrated and which shouldn't be. No one has the right to do that. And I think it is extraordinary at a time when this city is facing almost extinction level event economically. largely as well down to many of the things you've done, such as congestion charge and all of that, that actually now you start attacking its heritage. And the councils that you refer to are Labour ones, 130 of them up and down the country. We all know, do we not, Mr. Mayor, that your party doesn't really like patriotism, doesn't really like Britain very much, wouldn't you say?
That's quite a slur, but coming from you, it's no surprise. We're a very patriotic party. I'm very proud of the achievements.
Disgraceful, Chair.
I'm
Will
very
you
proud.
reprimand that Assembly member? That's an absolute disgrace.
No,
He should be immediately reprimanded. That's an insult to the Mayor. It's an insult to Labour members of this Assembly.
No. Listen, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
At the very time when this city is facing what it's facing, it is extraordinary that you are now concentrating on setting up something to revise its past history.
Well, Chair, that's a characterisation I don't accept.
Right, well, Mr. Mayor, all I can say is that the one consolation is that it's very unlikely that anyone's going to be putting up a statue to you.
Can I ask Assembly members to be respectful, not play dirty party political games here? This is not. Let me finish, Mr. Assembly Member Whittle. Please do not cross the border. This is not the place for those kind of tactics, and I will not allow that in this Assembly chamber.
Are you
Can we
joking,
move
Mr.
on?
Chairman?
I'm going to move on from here. Can I invite...
Chair, point of order. Chair, point of order.
Yes, Assembly Member Arnold.
Yes, I would like some advice because I wish to name Assembly Member Whittle, and I would like some advice on that process and ask that we put a vote so that he be removed from the chamber unless he apologises for the statement that he has just made regarding the beliefs of the London Labour Assembly members. I would like some advice on that. That is, you say he's up to the line. I say he's crossed the line.
Cross the line where exactly?
Here.
Assembly Member Whittle, I will allow you to speak when it is appropriate. Let Assembly Member Arnold finish. I'm going to then take advice and then we will proceed on that basis. I'm chairing the meeting. Please do show that respect and wait for your turn. Thank you.
Okay.
I finished, Chair. I want some advice whether this process can be used. And I would like to name Assembly Member Peter Whittle.
Chair, Standing Order 2.10 relates to members' conduct in meetings. It indicates that the Mayor, Assembly members and co-opted members of committees shall treat each other, members of GLA staff and other persons with respect and comply with their obligations under the GLA Statutory Code of Conduct. If, in the Chair's opinion, any member or the Mayor, 1, persistently disregards the Chair's rulings, 2, behaves improperly or offensively, or 3, willfully obstructs the meeting's business, then the Chair or another member may move that the named member not be further heard or that the member named shall immediately leave the meeting if the motion is seconded and put to the vote and determined without discussion. So standing orders leave that matter to the Chair as to whether they are of the view that the behaviour is such that it requires that procedure to be invoked. Chair.
Assembly Member Whittle, reflecting on what you have said, which I do deem to be offensive, are you prepared to withdraw your comments and apologise for your conduct?
Could you explain to me the particularly supposedly offensive lines?
You saying that I lack patriotism because I'm a Labour Party member?
Well, I think it's a very, very fair comment. I was talking about the Labour Party.
Chair,
and the
I'm
way
offended. That's a really
But
offensive.
it isn't a fair comment.
It is an absolutely fair comment on the way, judging on the record of the Labour Party over the past 10 years.
Look, Assembly Member, look, you really, you know, this, I hope that you can really come to a reasonable kind of thinking in terms of the mayor, whatever strategy, whatever is put forward, is in his capacity not as a Labour Party member, as the elected Mayor of London.
Might be
and
something else he's
therefore
talking
to
about
attack
besides my
him
political
I was
party.
talking
and
about
attack the
Labour Party.
party is totally inappropriate. Can you please be reasonable and withdraw your comments or apologize?
Do not think that the Labour Party shows any particular patriotism, so I will not withdraw the comment.
Okay, I second the motion then.
Chair, he's repeated it 3 times. We should act, Chair, because he keeps repeating the comments he made previously, and he's definitely not apologising.
Absolutely, and I've already seconded Jeanette, so now we're fighting Assembly Member Sahota to second Jeanette. This is disgraceful. He should be removed. Some of our relatives died fighting for this country. Some of our relatives have expressed the highest levels of patriotism. How dare you? How dare you?
I would say, how dare you tinker with British history, memorials and statues.
All right, let's take
Look,
a vote on this.
I don't mind.
I'm going to take a vote on this, and then
Voted to silence.
right. I'm giving you last final opportunity to reflect on your comments, apologize for what you have said, which is very clearly not acceptable for the London government, which is what we are.
It was a political, Mr. Chairman, it was a political remark.
No, Chair, you're giving
It was
him
a
the
political remark,
opportunity
and
to
it is not
speak.
aimed at any particular individual officer.
Right. In that case, I'm going to put it to vote
Chairman,
to the
before you do
Assembly
that-
members. Sorry?
Chairman, sorry, this is Assembly Member Bacon. Before you do that, this is a slightly dangerous precedent because we are effectively ruling out free speech. I am respectful of your ruling, and I would ask you, perhaps you could offer a compromise, which is that Assembly Member Whittle withdraw that comment rather than withdraw and apologise, because by doing that, you're forcing him into a corner he can't get out of.
I have offered that both to him. Are you prepared to withdraw your comments? Look, I'm trying to be as helpful to sort of maintain the respect and dignity of this chamber, of this authority, and therefore, last opportunity, are you prepared to withdraw your comments?
Withdraw as opposed to apologise.
Withdraw the comments
Okay,
that
I
you
withdraw
made.
that comment.
Okay, that's me.
Okay, on that basis, I will move on. And can I please do request the members to consider before you make any kind of comments which can be offensive, inflammatory, that it does not look good on the role that we have as democratically elected members. If we can move on from that. Right, where are we now? Okay. We move on to next question from Assembly Member Arbour, which is question 2857, Hammersmith Bridge full closure. Mr. Mayor.
Chair, I don't think the full closure of Hammersmith Bridge is reasonable or acceptable at all. I want to get Hammersmith Bridge reopened as soon as possible, but the truth is that the government failed to take this issue seriously until the bridge finally had to shut to all users this August. I asked the Transport Secretary for a meeting between us.
Sorry, I'm getting interruptions. Can you please have your microphones muted when you're not speaking? Sorry about that, Mr. Mayor. Please carry on.
I asked the Transport Secretary for a meeting between us and the relevant ministers all the way back in August 2019. It took more than 6 months for ministers to agree to one despite repeated letters, and a full year for the government finally to take this issue seriously. The government preferred instead to promote poorly thought through plans for a temporary motor bridge. It was clear ministers wanted to play politics with this issue. In the meantime, TfL and GLA worked closely with local boroughs and key partners and submitted 3 bids for funding for the bridge to the government, which were either denied or not answered. Even though we don't own the bridge, TfL devoted significant time and resources and invested £16.7 million in getting the repair work to the stage where everything was ready to go as soon as funding for the full repairs was provided. The government is now finally engaging with this issue, holding weekly meetings with Hammersmith and Fulham, who own the bridge, Richmond on the other side of the river, TfL, and other affected bodies like the Port of London Authority. The DfT has also launched a task force to find an urgent solution. While I welcome any effort to engage with us, I can't say that setting up a task force sounds like it will give Londoners the quick solution they so desperately need. Given the scale of the costs and disastrous impact COVID-19 has had on TfL's finances, it's clear that only the government has the financial means to fund the necessary full repairs. It was notable in the recent announcement, however, that the government has not yet committed to doing so. The plans TfL has are shovel-ready. Ministers must recognise the gravity of the situation and make the funding available now.
Thank you. I have an indication from Assembly Member Devnish.
I mean, after the Assembly Member Arbor, sorry.
Oh, sorry, Assembly Member Arbor, do you want to come back in?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That argument that you have just advanced, I'm afraid, will demoralise my constituents. They will see it's more fiddling whilst Barnes burns. 17 months ago, I asked you to accept this as force majeure and for you to act as mayor, for you to show some leadership, for you to show some determination and to show that you actually want to do something to meet an ever-present crisis. You've consistently failed to do this. You have repeated today that it's not your fault, that it's not me, Gov. It's not my responsibility. It is the government's responsibility. Both of your predecessors, both Labour and Conservative, would have seen this as an emergency and something on which they should have acted, behaved like a mayor, shown proper leadership and done something. If you had acted 17 months ago, which was long before the COVID crisis, there would have now been a proper bridge up, running for everybody, which could replace what has happened. I want to know, Mr. Mayor, what you are going to do this afternoon with your shovel-ready scheme. If you are convinced that you can go ahead now, why don't you, and then present the bill to government and to the London Borough of Hammersmith?
Listen to the last 4 minutes of that speech, and there's a question at the end, but that speech fails to have any reflection on either the facts or the reality. And the fact is, in April 2019 is when the detailed investigations first uncovered the need for major safety critical work. And it was in April 2019 that we volunteered £25 million towards helping towards the scheme. The Assembly member fails to remember that this bridge has historically had many problems going back decades. I only became the mayor in 2016. The member also seems to reflect the reality, which is the government has attached huge conditions to TfL's budget in the deal they made with us for the first half of this year. We're now negotiating a financial package for the second half of this year and for the next financial year. We're going to reach a deal by September the 13th. What the member can't run away from is the fact that since April 2019, we've been lobbying the government to help us and the council who own the bridge but can't afford to repair it. And if the member was being serious about wishing to have the bridge reopened sooner rather than later, he'd be lobbying his government friends to get moving. 7 months for the government to finally agree to a meeting with us, 3 separate bids put into the government and no response. And yet they announced a task force, which I'm afraid do a lot of talking, but not very much fixing.
What you don't remember is that in April 2019, I did say that this was force majeure and this was an occasion when you should act. We have consistently heard at every meeting of this Assembly since you've become mayor about things which you would like to do. We've heard this very long speech at the very beginning about COVID and about the incompetence and the chaos and all the rest of it. You have created incompetence and chaos on both sides of Hammersmith Bridge. You have caused an existential crisis for the residents of Barnes, the businesses of Barnes, and I would venture to say the businesses of West London.
Peroration after peroration. Doesn't really help.
Member Arbor, can you put your question, please?
Mr. Chairman, the Mayor consistently makes long speeches. He accuses other people of making long speeches, but he's unwilling to listen to any criticism. He had the opportunity to act.
Please ask your question.
He failed. I want to know what the Mayor is going to do today in respect of his shovel-ready scheme. Will he man up and actually take action and actually do something to help the people who live on either side of this bridge?
Right, finally we have a question.
Sexist.
Mr. Mayor.
Chair, it's not an issue, as he suggests, of manning up. It's a question and an issue of the government stepping up and providing the funding so desperately needed by residents and businesses.
Assembly Member Arbour, please do not intervene. You may not be getting answer you're after, but there is clearly an answer. Please allow Mr. Mayor to answer your question. Mr. Mayor.
And what's quite clear when you speak to the boroughs on all sides of the river when they're being sensible, when you speak to key stakeholders, is actually what's required is for the government to step up and give the financial support required to have this bridge reopened as soon as possible. There are two specific pieces of work that could happen pretty quickly. The stabilisation to the bridge, really, really important. And secondly, the full remedial works as well. There's also the possibility of a temporary walking and cycling bridge, which would mean that the works to remedy the bridge could happen sooner rather than later. All these options the DfT know about, the government knows about. They've been dillying and dallying, and rather than Tony Arbour using his influence as a Conservative member to put pressure on his colleagues in government, he's making cheap party political points which helps no one get this bridge reopened sooner rather than later.
Stop making cheap party political points. I'm asking you to act as mayor and to show some leadership. If you'd done it 17 months ago when I asked you to do so, we wouldn't be having these problems today. Thank you, Chairman.
Right. I first have indication from Assembly Member Devenish.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Will you look at the frequency of the 533 bus as one way to mitigate the issue we've just been discussing?
I should look into that, Chair. I'll get Deputy Mayor or the Commissioner to write to the member to respond to that point.
Thank you. And in terms of a temporary ferry or a boat option, have TfL got the chance to actually look at that? Is it feasible or isn't it feasible?
TfL is speaking to the Council. I know the leader, the excellent leader of Hammersmith Fulham, has written to residents in relation to exploring all the options. And one of the big challenges will be, of course, the funding. There are issues in relation to the tide in that part of the river, some road engineering issues, but TfL always are willing to work to try and find solutions to challenges that we face, subject to, of course, funding, which is really important.
Thank you, Chair.
I have Assembly Member Dr. Moore who wants to speak on this item as well. Assembly Member Moore.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Mayor, I think Assembly Member Arbour is the one playing politics with this. I've seen figures this morning that talk about a minimum of 9 months and a cost of 46 million to reopen the bridge to cyclists and pedestrians, in 2 years, and a cost of between 141 and 163 million to get the bridge fully open. It's quite clear that neither TfL nor the Council could bear that full cost, and it absolutely is a government responsibility, Assembly Member Arbour. And so my question to the Mayor to follow this up would be, what reasons have the government given for not providing the necessary and significant funds to install this temporary bridge? Because it's clearly beyond the resources of the Council and TfL, and the temporary bridge to be built next to Hammersmith Bridge, as indeed promised by Grant Shapps back in December 2019.
Absolutely, Chair. And this is something that Tony Arbour can't run away from as much as he'd like to. When there is an election approaching, Conservative ministers are very happy to make promises for fixing this bridge, or when it comes to supporting a candidate who can't win. But actually finding real solutions to problems is something the government seems to find difficult to do. The Council has set out an estimation of the cost of stabilising the bridge. I think it's £46 million, and the cost to fully restore the bridge so it can be reopened to buses and motor vehicles is £141 million. The government could say today, you know what, we're going to support the residents, the businesses, the city by making this financial contribution so the bridge can be stabilised and reopened. They choose not to do so. And I think local residents can see through this deflection and the smokes and mirrors from Tony Arbour and others in that local community who happen to be members of the Conservative Party.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, why do you think the Conservative government's offered to fix the bridge when a Conservative parliamentary candidate asks them, but when a when a Conservative mayoral candidate asks them to, but refuse to do it not once, not twice, but 3 times when a Labour mayor asked them to do it? As ever, do you believe this is big talk from the government but no action?
Well, listen, can I just be clear? I've got no problems with a government minister being photographed with a Conservative candidate. I'd prefer it more if at the same time they'd stump up the cash to get this bridge fixed. They're doing the former and not the latter. And what the residents don't want is cheap photo ops and people misleading the public locally and telling lies. What residents want is for politicians to be grown up, get round the table, find a solution to get this bridge finally reopened.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we need to send a very strong message from this chamber that they should get it sorted out, not drag their feet, and not leave the residents in a pickle over this.
Thank you. Moving on, we have some...
Mr. Chairman, I've raised my hand on this matter. Simple question to the Mayor. Does he not think it is the function of the Mayor, when he has the power, to keep London's traffic moving by opening this bridge?
Chair, the member doesn't seem to accept that it will cost £140 million to have this bridge reopened to cars and other motor vehicles. What he could do very easily is speak to his friends in government who are members of the same party and ask them to give us the financial support we need to get traffic moving, as he's so keen to do so. I first raised this with the government in April. The very first meeting I had with Grant Shapps when he became the Secretary of State, I raised this with him and asked for a meeting. 7 months later, a meeting finally took place. That doesn't seem to me like a sense of urgency from a transport department or from the government. We've done what we can. We've spent a considerable amount of money, millions of pounds, in relation to supporting the council and the residents. And the question he needs to ask is, why is his government so unwilling to help the people in South West London?
Are you so unwilling to act like a strong executive mayor?
This ping pong helps nobody. Yeah. Listen, you may get great enjoyment in making these cheap party political points. It helps nobody. What you should be doing is picking up the phone, speaking to Grant Shapps, speaking to Rishi Sunak, speaking to Baroness Fair, and saying, pull your finger out and help the businesses and people in South West London.
Physician, heal thyself.
Right, I think we can now move on to the next question, which is from Assembly Member Pigeon, and it's on ultra-low emission zone.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Mayor.
Success for the ultra-low emission zone will be a healthier, more livable and more equal city. Every Londoner deserves to breathe clean air, and the ULEZ expansion is a vital part of our work to reduce the number of dirty, polluted vehicles on our roads, to provide cleaner air for our children to breathe, and to improve health outcomes for all Londoners. The Central London ultra-low emission zone, introduced in April 2019, has already led to immediate health benefits, with fewer polluting cars and roadside nitrogen dioxide reduced by 36% in the zone. The number of vehicles that meet the tough emission standards has risen from 39% in February 2017 to more than 80% now. But despite this significant progress, large areas of our city still do not meet legal pollution limits, and we're a long way off meeting WHO recommended targets. We face a climate emergency that requires an urgent response. Thousands of deaths in the capital each year are attributed to poor air quality, while emerging evidence suggests there is a link between pollution, higher rates of infection, and a worse recovery from coronavirus. All these issues disproportionately affect Londoners who are worse off, and those from Black, Asian and minority ethnic communities. When London recovers from the COVID-19 pandemic, we must not simply replace one public health crisis with another. The expansion of ULEZ and the tightening of LEZ standards is expected to see reductions in pollution in nearly all areas in London, including the boundary route of the expanded zone, the North and South Circular Roads. Remaining hotspots will be addressed through targeted local measures. Our policies to reduce emissions, including ULEZ, will help us avoid over 250,000 new cases of disease and over 1 million hospital admissions London-wide by 2050, saving the NHS and social care system nearly £5 billion.
Thank you very much for your reply. I've been for many years a strong supporter of the ULEZ, as has my party, and I strongly agree with your decision to extend the coverage. But when the congestion charge started in February 2003, it used camera technology. And whilst it was seen as really innovative at the time, in some respects that technology is now dated. But I understand the ULEZ extension will still operate by camera technology. Are you satisfied that you have future-proofed the technology in your contract?
I should put on my record my thanks for the consistent support from Caroline and her team. Yeah, we're looking into the future-proofing of all technology. We don't want to spend lots of money and then it be out of date. One of the things we're doing is looking at, you're right, increasing the numbers of automatic number plate recognition to support us. There's more cameras being put up in the expanded zone. We're keen to make sure that we can get the expansion successful, but future-proof it. For example, you know, to make sure that we aren't spending money on technology that could be redundant in a few years' time with advances in apps and all the rest of it. We keep this under review. At the moment, the most effective way is the expansion of the ANPR cameras, and also just to reassure you, I know it's an issue that you're concerned about, as indeed I am, we're making sure that any privacy issues are addressed by working with the relevant information commissioners and data privacy experts as well.
Thank you. And I want to be sure that with the extension of the ULEZ, you really are planning ahead, ensuring technology can be flexible, adapt to new challenges in tackling congestion and pollution on London's roads. When will the contract that's been signed by TfL be published so we can assess your plans?
I'm really happy. I'm not aware. Can I look into that and write back to you and let you know?
So we've seen in the summer, I think a contract was signed, I believe, with Capita, but it's not been published yet.
Yeah. Chair, through you, can I write back to the member to give you the answer? I'm not aware of that information with me, but I'll write back to you and let you know.
Thank you. I think there are many questions that we would want to have answers to. For example, will the cameras be able to specifically monitor the individual pollution levels created by each vehicle? I know the technology now exists. Will the new technology be able to monitor excessive noise from vehicles, as we've seen introduced in places like Paris? And most importantly, will the extension of ULEZ allow a move to smart road pricing at some point, where people are charged for the length of their journeys and the level of pollution their vehicle is creating, rather than bluntly just entering a zone, crossing a line?
Really important, just to avoid any misunderstanding, nowhere in the world is ULEZ of the scale of ours being tried. So you mentioned Paris. Paris is a couple of roads in Paris, I'd say, with respect to Paris, rather than the sort of scheme we're talking about. We're talking about
noise, yeah.
But you're talking about technology that can be expanded up to the North Circular and South Circular. At the moment, the only technology we have that can be effective on this scale is the automatic number plate recognition. It doesn't address the complexities that you'd like us to do so, but we're exploring whether it's possible to do so on the scale we want to do. The scale is not just the 5 boroughs in Central London, it's going all the way to the North and South Circular.
Thank you for that. And finally, in relation to your van scrappage scheme for London's small businesses, it was announced with just days' notice that it would be suspended on the 28th of August. Can you clarify whether the scheme has now completely ended, or whether there's going to be an alternative, and what small businesses are supposed to do now to try to green their vehicles? So
the van scrappage scheme has been really successful. You remember we set aside £38 million for that, and the value of accepted applications is about that figure. So we've used up the money we had. You'll remember what we tried to do was use it as a way to persuade the government that a national scrappage scheme was the way forward. So we actually put our money where our mouth is and to show it could work. What we're doing now is pivoting towards the bigger vehicles who we're quite keen to clean up, who, as you know, are very polluting. So the additional money we have is being targeted towards the larger vehicles. There is still money, I should say, through you on the car and motorcycle scrappage scheme still available. So that money is still there. That scrappage scheme still exists. But the focus now is to try and get the bigger vehicles to be cleaner, and there'll be a scrappage scheme announcement in relation to them in the near future.
Thank you very much.
Next question is from Assembly Member McCartney. It's on supporting London's workers. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. London has almost 1.4 million furloughed workers, the highest volume of all regions, with 14% of the total furloughed. But the support is set to end, and I'm deeply concerned that many Londoners on low wages and from Black, Asian and minority ethnic backgrounds will suffer deepening economic hardship as a result of widespread redundancies over the next few months. I've been speaking, as I regularly do, with London businesses, and for many sectors it simply is too early for government support to be withdrawn. Once again, Britain is falling behind our European counterparts by failing to provide more comprehensive support when it's needed. France, Germany and Belgium are among those to extend their support, but in the UK support has been tapering since August, and at the end of October the scheme is set to end. The Treasury clearly wants to move on, but I can't see how that's possible with the threat of a second wave growing by the day and social distancing set to continue for some time to come. As you note, Senator McCartney, 1/3 of eligible employees have been furloughed in London. Young people are most likely to be furloughed along with workers over 60. Take-up was highest in the most deprived areas of London, and those with higher black, Asian and minority ethnic communities. If the scheme does end as planned, the potential burden of unemployment will fall on London's poorest areas and expose disadvantaged residents. I've highlighted the needs of those sectors hardest hit by COVID-19, such as retail, culture and hospitality. We can't expect footfall to return to pre-pandemic levels in the foreseeable future. The economic case for protecting businesses is overwhelming, and support must also be offered to freelancers and the self-employed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And you're quite right. It is those most deprived communities that will burden the effects of rising unemployment. And that's communities such as mine in Tottenham and Edmonton. In Tottenham, for example, there are 32,500 workers currently furloughed. If the furlough scheme is not extended, many of those workers will lose their jobs, and it is those communities that will suffer the most. Can I just ask, in your conversations with government, do you get the sense that they understand the human cost of this? And are you hopeful that actually they will put in some further measures to alleviate this problem?
Thank you for your question. I think you can't but notice the human cost of the pandemic, but also the misery caused to families who are made unemployed, the impact of redundancies on not just the person who loses his or her job, but families as well affected by that. You and I both lived through the mass unemployment of the 1980s, and we saw not simply a generation written off, but the life chances of families written off. I'm hopeful that the Chancellor will come forward with a new scheme as the furlough scheme ends at the end of October. And what I've tried to get across to the Treasury is examples of what Germany, France, Belgium, many others are doing. Some countries giving support up until 2022, some until the end of 2021, some until the end of 2020. Very few are allowing the possibility of a cliff edge fall with a lack of support for families. So I hope they do. It'd be pretty inhumane for them not to. And I think all of us should use whatever influence we have to persuade the government to do right by vulnerable communities affected by COVID-19.
Thank you for that answer. And can I ask, what more can City Hall do? And in the government schemes, for example, the Kickstart scheme to help young unemployed people, are they actually using the GLA and the contacts and abilities that this organisation has to actually make that targeted difference, or not?
Yeah, we are offering our assistance to the government to help in any way we can. You'll be aware we work really closely with the government in relation to homelessness during COVID-19. We're really keen to work with the government in relation to issues around jobs and to avoid mass unemployment, but also in areas where we can reskill people quickly to get them back into work. One of the best ways to help people if they're in danger of losing their jobs is to skill them up to get another job that's future-proof, hopefully, before they lose their first job or are in long-term unemployed. So we're doing things ourselves, the grants, the loans, advertising campaigns, rent relief for businesses, at the same time continuing to offer up to the government our expertise and willingness to support in this area. It's a really important area. We think we know our communities and our sectors across London best. Actually, councils know their local microeconomies really well, and so we're trying to use the Transition Board, which is chaired by Robert Jenrick and myself, and the Recovery Board, chaired by the Chair of London Councils and myself, as ways to get the government to work with us to get a best result for Londoners, which is a win-win for everyone.
Thank you.
Right, we have next question from Assembly Member Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question. London's economy has been hit hard by the pandemic. The collapse in global economic activity and national lockdown restrictions pushed most indicators for London's economy to historic lows in late March and April. As a result, output in the second quarter of 2020 is estimated to be almost a fifth lower than the last quarter of 2019 before the pandemic. As the restrictions have eased, the capital's economy has gradually started to recover. However, London's economy is still well below where it was before the crisis, and the future remains uncertain. As I said, Chair, nearly 1.4 million jobs have been furloughed, around a third of those eligible. I've repeatedly lobbied government to extend support for jobs in sectors like retail, hospitality, leisure and culture that can't operate fully with social distancing to avoid a sudden hike in unemployment when the scheme ends. London's central activity zone faces a perfect storm. Home working, the need to socially distance, lack of public confidence and the plunge in domestic and international tourism have had a devastating effect on businesses and cultural institutions. I've written to the Prime Minister and Chancellor calling on the government to support London's economy with a range of interventions, including an extension of the current business rates holiday for retail, hospitality and leisure businesses to next year, but have yet to receive a response. Looking further ahead, GLA economics estimates show that it's unlikely that London's economy will return to pre-crisis levels before late 2022 at the earliest. Employment is expected to take even longer than that. The speed of the recovery will not only depend on economic policies, but also and especially on the effective controlling of the virus's spread. There is also great uncertainty ahead. Like the rest of us, businesses are concerned about a possible COVID second wave, further austerity, and a no-deal Brexit, the risk of which appears to be increasing with a government prepared to break international law. I've commissioned, Chair, a major piece of research into the long-term impact of the crisis on the central activities zones. No one can be certain what the new normal for the city centres around the world will be, but this research will provide the evidence and see emerging trends, risks and opportunities so we can plan for the future to best protect London's economy and global competitiveness.
Thank you for your answer, Mr. Mayor. At the last two Economy Committee meetings, both of your deputy mayors have said that we'll be getting an economic recovery strategy from your office. When can we expect to see that, and can you give us a flavour of what it might cover?
So we're working with the Transition Board that Robert Jenrick and I chair, but also the Recovery Board chaired by the Chair of the London Councils. They've set up 8 missions, and there's business representation on there, just to reassure you. London First, CBI, FSB, and others from small business across London. So they're working on an economic strategy to do with recovery that uses the 8 missions, and that's work in progress. And one of the reasons why it's keen to have this piece of research done is you'll be aware, if you look at the businesses in central London, whether it's the West End or Canary Wharf, the footfall is really important. And so a live question we have is not simply how much realistically people can return to office with social distancing, what are the emerging trends going forward so we can turn risks into opportunities. And as soon as that work's done, I'll be very happy to share it with the Assembly.
Thank you. So the strategy is coming from the Recovery Board, not from the Mayor's office?
Yeah, it's very important to work collegiately with colleagues across London. Yeah, it really isn't a City Hall just work. It's City Hall working with central government, local government, the public sector, the private sector, and actually, you'll be pleased to know, civic society as well, who've got lots of expertise in relation to the experience they've got as well.
That makes sense. Any delivery date, any time they'll...
We meet every 2 months, but in between the meetings, there are various subgroups. And so there is, Chair, an economic task force, and I'm really happy for the chair of that to write to the member. And so, bearing in mind the work on the City Hall's Assembly Committee is doing, I'm really happy to feed into that as well. So why don't I undertake to get a letter written to the Assembly member to give them an idea of timelines and any outputs as well.
Thank you. You talked about GLA's economic studies, and there's one in particular that says the gross value added of London could be as low as minus 16.8. And it strikes me that one of the ways of combating that would be to encourage Londoners that can come back to work in a COVID-safe environment in a safe way to do so. How much work is being done by the GLA to encourage people to come back to work if possible?
Well, we've been hamstrung by the confused comms and mixed messaging from government on this, I've got to be honest. So 2 weeks ago, the government began the week with a back-to-work campaign. By the Thursday, Number 10 said there was no back-to-work campaign. And I've checked this morning, and I've been told that the Prime Minister's advice to go back to work if he can has been dropped from government messaging. So if he's aware of what the government advice is, can he share it with me? Because I don't know what it is.
Okay. But what are you doing? What is your view of what Londoners should be doing to come back to work? Because, of course, you are very pivotal. You have a vital role to build confidence in making that journey, encouraging employers to provide an environment that is safe to working. Are you, the GLA, your office, speaking to employers, to employees to make that journey? What are you doing?
Like me, are confused by what the government wants us to do. So the government's got access, unlike you and me, to the advice from SAGE. The government's got access to a number of pieces of advice that you and I don't, nor do employees. So what government needs to be doing is providing clarity. We are trying to provide clarity in the absence of clarity from the government. So we're working with employers to make sure that they are providing places of work that are safe. One of the reasons the Chair referred to 9 being the maximum number of assembly members that can be here is because we've carried out risk audits. And so we're saying to employers, and employers have been brilliant across London, please make sure you carry out risk assessments to find out what's the maximum number. One of the pieces of work we're doing with employers across the central activity zone is for them to let us know what a realistic number is to return to work. Because one of the things I think doesn't work is expecting 100% of people to return to work. Looking around this question time, we know that's not possible. Similarly, it's not possible for businesses in Canary Wharf and the West End, which has an impact on retailers, culture, leisure and hospitality, which is one of the reasons why we're asking the government to extend the furlough scheme in those particular sectors. As far as my message to Londoners is, it's really important, if you are going to work and you're using public transport, avoid the rush hour. Wear a face mask at all times when you're indoors, like a shop or on public transport. Carry hand sanitizer. Use the hand sanitizer points we've got available in public transport. We're saying to employees to stagger their start time and their finish time to avoid peaks, rush hour, start time and end times. And so we're doing lots of work through our channels with employees across London. What they are calling out for is clarity from central government. It's really important there are not mixed messages and confused comms.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Mr. Mayor, I have 2 follow-up questions on this one. First one is from Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you very much, Chair. I noticed that Assembly Member Bailey referred to back to work again, which is something that he's been commenting on a lot. And firstly, I wondered if you would agree that that's a bit of an insult to those Londoners who've worked throughout the pandemic and actually, I think, forgets the fact that so many Londoners are not going to work in the sense of travelling, but they are still working from home. I know very many people who are doing 10-hour days. And the other thing, Mr. Mayor, is you have led by example. You were one of the first to call for masks to be worn in public. You have been calling for flexibility in terms of travel times. And I think leading by example is really important. It's something we expect from leading public figures. So for someone who's been calling for people to come back to work, it's very good that Assemblymember Bailey has turned up today in the chamber. But I don't know whether you'd be surprised to hear that this is the first time that he's been back to any of the meetings in the chamber. He hasn't attended economy meetings in the chamber that he could have. He completely missed the meeting online. And indeed, pre-COVID, he managed to miss 4 of the economy meetings. And I just wondered if you think that how important is leadership in these matters, leading by personal example?
Chairman, I'll try and answer the parts of the question that I can, which is, I think it is offensive to those who have been working their socks off from home to suggest they're work shy or they've been avoiding work. And that's why language is really important. So when the government says return to work, it gives the impression those working from home haven't been working. I understand return to the office, return to place of work, and so people I've spoken to are quite offended by this. But also we know, because we've polled Londoners, one of the reasons people aren't returning to the office is because of the prevalence of the virus and because they don't think the government's got a grip on test, trace, isolate. In fact, I've seen today that the Director General of the British Chambers of Commerce has talked about the importance of a comprehensive test and trace programme being essential to support businesses. And so it's really important to do so. Look, I think it's really easy for people to berate, shout and threaten people to return to the office. The best way to get people to return to the office is to get control of the virus. We're in a situation, Chair, where Londoners can't get a test. Londoners can't get a test. Or they've been asked to travel miles and miles away, or they're waiting days for a result. In those circumstances, it's hardly surprising people are a bit nervous about increased social interactions, which could increase their chances of catching the virus.
Assembly Member Devnish.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to try and change the tone of this debate because I hope you agree with me. This has got to be the most important subject for all of us. Yes, we've got to protect ourselves from COVID, but this is about jobs, jobs, jobs. Would you agree with me, particularly those that are not at the moment in work, i.e. the younger age group, 16 to 24 particularly, is why Rishi Sunak has launched Kickstart. Can I ask you how you can support Kickstart and how we can really look to make sure those Londoners who are younger actually get jobs, whether it's virtually online at the moment or here in a desk?
Thank you for your question. I think you're right to emphasise the importance of focusing on young Londoners. I think Jeanette Arnold later on asked a very important question about young Londoners, many of whom have missed out over the last few months. You know, many young Londoners have not been able to go to school since March. That has an impact on a number of things, not least educational achievements, but other interpersonal skills that are important. You'll also be aware that actually if a young person who's of age to work is long-term unemployed, actually their future career prospects are affected hugely as well. That's why I fully support the policies in relation to getting young people to work that the Chancellor has announced, especially built on, and I commend him. The programme the last Labour government had, the Future Jobs Fund, really, really important. The issue is this, though. We can't assume that the issue of jobs is separate from COVID-19. It's linked, you know, health and wealth and lives and livelihoods. And I think you're right to focus on avoiding long-term unemployment, particularly of the young, but also helping those who may be out of work or pre-employment get a job. We're doing lots of work around getting people match fit for the interview, giving them the skills, and actually we've diverted £11 million of adult education money towards that skills agenda. And I'm more than happy, as I've said in answer to a previous question, to work with the government. This is not, we're not on different sides. We're on the same side, trying to avoid mass unemployment and try and help young people have their potential fulfilled. And I think the way you began your question about avoiding the knockabout stuff, I fully support.
Thank you. Can I give you one example that I've been given by business they really would like to do? I've noticed, because I am travelling and perhaps too much on buses and tubes at the moment, that TfL advertising hoardings seem to be less utilised than they were before COVID. Can we try and use those advertising hoardings to push Kickstart, particularly because a lot of particularly C-suite decision makers are back at work, they are back at their desk, the senior management, and they are travelling on buses and tubes. If we can encourage them to try and actually get young people into work, that would help.
I'm really happy to do this. Just to reassure you, we do work closely with DfT about comms, but this is a different issue about, because government works in silo, we aren't actually necessarily getting messages from other departments which we could be utilising. Can I take that away? Because I think it's a cracking idea. If we can amplify schemes that businesses can be using. I've actually spoken to an employer who was quite attracted to the money he will get through that scheme. I think it's £1,500, which will really help. It's a real carrot. And so can I take that away, Chair, and write back with how we're going to take that forward?
Thank you, Chair.
Right. Assembly Member Bailey, you wanted to come back in again?
Yes, Mayor. I just want to address comments made earlier. I brought up the subject of people returning to work, if at all possible, because you yourself said that empty offices in London is a problem for London. And we all know that the impact of these offices that we can see out the window being empty, all the support mechanism that are London, anything from retailers to coffee sellers, will be in great peril. So again, I just want to ask what extra can be done in view of the fact of the slightly childish and personal comments that were made by another AM, because I deliberately tried to make sure we didn't have a knockabout, because this is an important issue for us. So I'm asking, is there anything else we could do, that your office could do, that I as an AM can do by speaking to government to support you to make sure that we can get as many Londoners back to work as safely as possible?
Thank you very much. So we asked a specific question of Londoners. What would make you return to work? Return to the office, I beg your pardon. Return to central London. I think the question was, what would make you return to central London? And the answer was three things. One is there needs to be less prevalence of the virus, and I'm afraid the testing stuff doesn't help. Two, smaller crowds would help me return to central London. And three, if more people wore face masks. So if you can help amplifying those three things, that will be a real, have an impact on people who are giving us three reasons why they don't return to central London. As far as businesses are concerned, you'll be aware, because I'm sure you speak to them as well as I do, around the central activities zone. Think of the Western and Canary Wharf. They face a perfect storm for a number of reasons. There are a number of things they're asking for. They're making decisions now about the next financial year. So you know the business rates holiday ends end of March. they want it to be extended to next year as well, because they are deciding now to close down their shops because they haven't got business rates holiday next year. So an extension of the business rates holiday, additional targeted fiscal and financial support for retail, culture, hospitality and leisure is very important. There is also the need for the furlough scheme to be extended in those particular areas. The big concern the retail has in this part of London, you mentioned the dry cleaners and sandwich bars, is for some retail industries, they can't compete with the internet. So a complete overhaul of how business rates work is really important. And the final part of the jigsaw is public confidence. The best way to give the public confidence is to know if, God forbid, they have got symptoms, they've got the virus, they can get a test quickly, they can get a result quickly, and if they're having to isolate, they'll have support financially so they can take time off work and not be adversely affected. So if you can help in those things, I'm sure we'd all be grateful.
I'm sure we can. And thank you for your moderate response in direct contrast to the Charger's comments that were made earlier on, because one of the biggest things that I'm hearing from Londoners as well is more confidence around travelling on the transport network. I know it's an old trope in the context of Corona because it's the very first thing that came up, but it's still on Londoners' minds. And if we can do more through TfL to show the work they're doing to make the network cleaner and safer, I think that would be impactful as well. Thank you, Chair.
Right, next question is from Assembly Member Dr. Sahota, and that's on public health, after public health event. Mr. Mayor.
Like the rest of the country, London remains in the midst of a public health emergency. With COVID-19 cases on the rise, we must remain vigilant to the risk of a deadly second wave. Choosing this moment for a reorganisation of the nation's public health body is a huge distraction, which risks the government losing focus on the vital task of keeping people safe. All the government's energy should be directed at increasing availability of testing and enhancing contact tracing. And it's unacceptable that Londoners can't get a test or having to travel miles or wait days for a test. This kind of chaos has been all too common feature of this pandemic. Shifting the blame from the minister responsible to public health officials won't fool Londoners. The government must admit its own mistakes and show the leadership needed to get the virus under control. I've already written to the Secretary of State to ask for urgent clarity on what the changes could mean for London. I continue to meet at least weekly with the Public Health England's Regional Director for London, Professor Kevin Fenton, and I've also met with Baroness Harding, Chair of the new National Institute for Health Protection. I'm seeking urgent clarity on how support for health improvement in London will continue. I'm proud of the strong track record of close working between City Hall and PHE, from our shared determination to tackle London's health inequalities to our work on school super zones, mental health, child obesity and improving air quality. This important work must continue and be built upon as we look ahead to recovering from the pandemic and a healthier, fairer and happier future for Londoners.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that response. Of course, the crisis of the moment is about the test, the trace and the isolate system failing. And the unsung heroes of this pandemic have been the local public health directors who have been forgotten, as the government has put all the contracts for the testing with the big laboratories. What do you think can be done in London to increase the capacity of laboratories? Because the limiting step isn't the number of swabs, right? There's a number of swabs around. We have enough swabs around. But the problem is the government has put out a contract to the private sector to 5 mega laboratories who do all the testing, and they are beyond their capacity. We're taking 250,000 swabs every day, but the capacity of laboratories is only 200,000. So what can we do in London to make sure that the universities and the universities and the hospitals, right, are collaborating in the testing of the swabs?
Yeah, you raise a really important point. You'll also be aware about swabs that have been wasted or been sent abroad and have been wasted. So we've working closely with colleagues in PHE, have offered up not just the expertise of Med City, but the life sciences sector in London. And you'll be pleased to know that a number of London businesses, laboratories, universities are working closely with the Department of Health and public health colleagues to try and increase capacity as well. That's been there for some time, the offer, and I was reassured in a meeting I had last week that the relevant government team is looking and exploring any further opportunities to scale up lab usage in London, but also there's labs just outside London, around Oxford and that area as well, that we're also assisting with as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the other thing, of course, which you also mentioned earlier on, that this is the wrong time for this reorganisation. In fact, the Secretary of State for Health, Matt Hancock, said that he wanted a levelling up of inequalities and preventing ill health as a vital part, and he said it must be embedded right across the government in the NHS, in primary care and pharmacies. Let me tell you, the public health was part of the NHS till it was disrupted and taken out of them in 2012. Do you think that this disruption is taking the focus away from the COVID-19 and making sure that we also do address the inequalities, not just health protection?
I mean, there is a certain sense of, you've got to admire the audacity of this government, who undertook one of the biggest reorganisations in the NHS in 2012. People like you, experts in this field, campaigned against that. They've starved Public Health England of resources over the last 8 years, hollowed them out, and now have the audacity to criticise Public Health England and the lack of resources and capacity they've got, and are now embarking on another reorganisation at a time we face a major health, economic and social crisis. It just beggars belief. And we've got to be careful that we don't allow this to deflect from getting a grip on the virus. I know you're working incredibly hard outside of not being, not just when you're an assembly member, but when you're working for the NHS. And we've got to make sure we don't allow a reorganisation to detract from the really important work of getting a grip on this virus.
And just finally, the director of the London Unit of Public Health, Professor Fenton, was your statutory advisor. Will there be a London-wide office for the new Institute of Health Protection, and will their director be your health advisor, your secretary health advisor?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm not sure the answer to that. I've written to the relevant people in government to get an answer to that. I think Professor Kevin Fenn's doing a great job. I get a huge benefit from him being my statutory health advisor. I'm told that there should be no major issues in relation to that continuing, but I've not had that confirmed in writing yet. But you're asking the sort of questions that we asked when we first discovered this. And I make this point, some really hard-working, dedicated experts and workers in Public Health England only discovered through the media that they were being restructured, and they had lots of issues and were very concerned and anxious about their future jobs and their future careers. And I want to again thank them for their hard work during the recent past dealing with this pandemic. And I want them to know this, as far as I'm concerned, is no reflection on my respect for them, and thanks for the hard work they've done over the last few months.
Yeah.
I echo your comments, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you. Assembly Member Dismore, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. Mr. Mayor, you may be aware that the Public Health England is based in Colindale in my constituency and is a major local employer. Do you agree with me that the decision to scrap PHE is a political move by the government in order to scapegoat them for their own poor response to the COVID crisis? And do you further agree that in the middle of a global health crisis, this is the worst possible time to scrap the body leading the national response to the virus? Given the high toll of coronavirus in London, the loss is especially devastating to this city, isn't it?
I think you've articulated just three big concerns that we've got. So, there's now a National Institute for Health Protection, which is working on a sort of interim basis until next April, things stay the same, in the middle of the biggest pandemic many of us have ever seen. It just doesn't make sense. If you were advising anybody on crisis management, what you wouldn't advise them is in the middle of a crisis to reorganise your structures, unless you were seeking to deflect attention from some real challenges and real issues and stuff. And that's why people are suspicious and people have been cynical, people have been conspiratorial. And so what I'd say to colleagues in the government is, please, let's focus at this stage on dealing with the virus as best as we can. Let's work together collegially, as Tony Devonish and I just referred to in the context of a different matter, but I think it's relevant to this as well. And let's, once this has been dealt with later on, look at what lessons need to be learned. That could well be reorganising Public Health England, but you're changing structures before you've had an inquiry to look at what lessons need to be learned.
Okay, moving on. We have next question on budget repurposing from Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you, Chair. The GLA budget for 2020-2021 was set in early 2020, before the impact of COVID-19 pandemic could have been predicted. The economic downturn is having a massive impact on finances across the GLA group, just as it has on many organisations, sectors and local authorities across the country. We're facing a perfect storm of increased costs associated with responding to the crisis, combined with a near total collapse in revenue. TfL's income from fares dropped by more than 90% during lockdown, and revenue from local business rates and council tax have fallen off a cliff. As a result, the GLA, the Met Police and the London Fire Brigade will be forced to make cuts of nearly £500 million over the next 2 years to cover the budget shortfall. The government has announced some support for local authorities to cover revenue losses, but it's unlikely these proposals will be anywhere near sufficient to meet the shortfalls that all levels of regional and local government are seeing as a result of the crisis. The overarching principle of the GLA budget review was to support London's recovery from the pandemic while protecting the key projects and programmes that Londoners rely on. The exercise was guided by principles set up by the London Recovery Board, which I co-chair with the chair of London Councils. They are to reverse the pattern of rising unemployment and lost economic growth caused by the economic scarring of COVID-19, support our communities, including those most impacted by the virus, keep young people safe and provide further opportunities, narrow social, economic and health inequalities, and deliver a cleaner, greener London. As well as protecting existing projects and programmes, we created a recovery fund of £6.6 million from existing resources to ensure that the GLA has the flexibility to respond to emerging priorities. I've also taken a pay cut and outlined proposals to save around £55 million by relocating City Hall. I'll do everything I can to protect frontline services by making savings and using the reserves we prudently built up before the pandemic hit. But the government has a clear choice. Invest in London's economic recovery to avoid cuts and to help families and communities get back on track, or introduce a new era of austerity that will choke off growth and hit our vital public services, including the police, at the worst possible time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, we're going to look in far more detail at these various things in the budget committees coming up, but I'll take on board what you've said and we'll look at that further. In the meantime, if I can just ask a couple of questions. One of the savings outlined in the Mayoral Direction 2666 is a £1.25 million from the New Year's Eve celebration. So what is the current thinking around that celebration at the moment? With that sort of money removed from it?
We're still looking into that. I mean, I sent an instruction out to try and save money across the piece where we can. We've, as the chair of the relevant committee highlighted, we've already found some money from there. We'll continue to find savings elsewhere. We've not yet finalised plans for what we do instead of the fireworks on New Year's Eve. You'll be aware, Member Hall, how important it is for our global reputation, bearing in mind the coverage around the world, to do something. As soon as we've finalised plans, I'll share them with the Assembly, as indeed with Londoners.
Okay, because obviously it may have an impact on some of the councils, Westminster, etc.
Yeah.
So, any idea when you might be able to firm that up?
Chair, I'd be disappointed if it wasn't in the next few weeks, but why don't I contact Assembly Member Hall's office later on today to let her know when that'll be, if that's acceptable.
That's very acceptable, thank you very much. This same report also mentions a £3 million savings on staff through not recruiting to vacant roles, but it does suggest that this may have an impact on mayoral programmes and projects. So which projects do you think this will impact the most?
Yeah, no, thanks for that question. So yes, you're right. I have set out, as part of that mayoral direction, salary savings of £3 million. We have already reduced 71 programmes. We've made reductions in 71 programmes, including 6 that have had their funding removed for 2020-2021. Again, Chair, I can, if the Senate member wants me to do so, get my office to drop her a note in relation to the specifics, if that will help her.
That really would. I'd be really grateful if we could have that quite soon so we can get a picture of this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, clearly some things should have happened during this period of time which haven't, and clearly there's going to be a lot of unexpected costs because of the impact of COVID. So what do you think is the ballpark figure here of a plus or a minus that would be left in budgetary terms?
So I'm not sure if I follow, Chair.
Okay, that's probably my fault. during this pandemic, clearly there are things that we haven't done, so money has been saved. I mean, there's various different programs which you're more than aware of. But I equally accept that there must be unexpected costs that have arisen. So looking at it just very, very gently and a very ballpark figure, are we on a plus or a minus, if you want to put it in absolute basic terms?
I get the question now. I think we're in a plus, not a minus. I'll tell you why, Senator Hall. We're using some of our reserves to help with the minuses. The reason why I say I think we're in a plus is think about the events not organised in Trafalgar Square now that we'd have done but for COVID. That's just some examples. Or some of the other programmes we'd have done but we can't because of social distancing. And so, again, I'm more than happy, Chair, to in the note I send the Senate member, give us some idea of where we are now, almost like a running commentary, a run rate. Obviously, that might change between now and the financial year.
Yep. I totally understand that. That would be very, very helpful for us going forward with our budget meetings. Do you have a ballpark figure that you think that we might be slightly in a plus?
So the savings we've identified already, a lot of them we're using as you've suggested. I can't give you the figure now, but you'll know what I've tried to do is get the GLA to try and make as many savings as we can to avoid the frontline Met Police and Fire Service having to make in-year savings. But again, I can drop you a note in relation to the run rate. But as you've alluded to in your previous question, there could be more expenditure because of unforeseen things, particularly with the second wave. Just the one thing to add there, just worth you being aware of, is around homelessness. And so we, for example, have diverted some of the money that we saved or in the reserves around homelessness. With the weather getting worse and a potential second wave, for example, there could be more expenditure there than will otherwise be the case. So you've got to take the run rate with a pinch of salt because it could fall behind over the next few weeks and months.
I totally understand that, and I'm very, very happy to hear that you might protect the police and the fire brigade. As you know, the blue light services are a passion to me and to many Londoners. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I have requests from other members if you can circulate your correspondence on what you have just committed in terms of, I think it was, for example,
Yes,
programs
Chair, so,
in question to all members.
Yeah, Chair, the note we do to Senator Hall, I'm more than happy to CC the entire Assembly. For obvious reasons, apologies, I should have said that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, we move on to next question from Assembly Member Ashlomi, and that's on BAME recruitment in Metropolitan Police Service.
Thank you, Chair. Effective policing relies on the trust, confidence and consent of the public. As such, the Metropolitan Police Service must be representative of the people who live and work in this global city. All of London's diverse communities should be able to see that it is their police service. I've asked Deputy Mayor Sophie Linden and Dr. Debbie Weeks-Bernard to develop an action plan on trust and confidence to tackle this vital task, and this work has shown very clearly that diversity and inclusion remains a key concern for Londoners. We've made some progress over the last few years. 20 years ago, for example, just 3% of Met officers were from black, Asian, minority ethnic backgrounds. Today, the figure is over 15%. It's still far from where I want us to be, and I know that for many Londoners, this progress will have felt very slow. To try and make more progress faster, the MPS is now actively targeting black, Asian, minority ethnic recruitment. It has transformed its attraction and recruitment processes, running targeted marketing campaigns, opening up new recruitment pathways, using local officers to act as positive role models and mentors, launching online information portals, and working with the College of Policing to tackle disproportionality within the national recruitment assessment process. I've also had discussions with the Commissioner about reintroducing the London residency criteria for new recruits in some form as soon as possible. These efforts are welcome, but we need to accelerate the pace of change, which is why a key part of the action plan on trust and confidence will be a focus on ensuring that our police service represents black Londoners. Crucially, I want to see communities involved in the recruitment and training of new officers and a renewed focus from the MPS, not just on diversity in recruitment, but in retention and progression. This is happening against a backdrop of uncertainty around government funding for future recruitment. It's important that we get the funding resolved so that we can continue to work to recruit a police force that represents the Londoners it serves.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and that's really good to hear that there is some progress on this. On those figures that you quoted, we see the Met making some improvement where 14% of the officers come from a BME background. But when you delve in deeper, only 3%, 3.4% are from the black community, not BAME black, in comparison to 12.4% of black Londoners. So as a whole, there's still a lot more to be done. Recently at the Met, we've heard senior Met police officers say that they think a radical and different approach needs to be taken, similar to the approach in Northern Ireland. Do you think that that approach in the initial recruitment stage could help the Met Police in addressing these figures?
I do, but it'd be unlawful. So just so you're aware, and I've looked into this both in my previous life and also now, one of the challenges is that we haven't got the same freedom that Northern Ireland had with legislation. So the Equalities Act doesn't cover Northern Ireland. You'll be aware, post the Good Friday Agreement, part of what Northern Ireland Police Service did was to have a 50-50 approach. We couldn't do that in our country, in England, in London, because legislation prohibits us to do so. So what I've done instead is we're talking to the Commissioner about using the equal merit provisions, which is allowed under the Equality Act. And that's one of the things we're exploring with the Commissioner in the action plan we're working on. But just to reassure you, Shalomi, this is really important to me because you're right. When you look below the figures, it's black Londoners that have the least trust and confidence in the police, and it's black Londoners where we've not made the progress we really need to make in relation to giving them the confidence and help and support to join the police service and then to progress in the police service as well.
On that point of progression, we see a high proportion of black PCSOs in London. They make up 14% of PCSOs, which again, we should definitely welcome. And PCSOs provide a valuable service to the police and reassuring the community. A lot of them know the community so well. Is there any work that the Met Police is doing to make sure those PCSOs then make the transition into full officers? I think this is something that would definitely help in terms of increasing the representation. Is there anything that you're aware of, or is there more that the Met Police could be doing? Yeah,
the Met Police Service and the Commissioner deserves credit for this. Are working really hard, not just PCSOs, there's a larger number of black, Asian, minority ethnic staff in the police staff, PCSOs and special constables. And one of the things that the MPS under this commission has tried to do is see if those three places can be, if you like, feeders into the Met Police Service, and we'll continue to take efforts to do that. So that's as well as all the other stuff we need to do to try and increase recruitment into the Met Police Service as officers. And one of the pools we're looking at is not just PCSOs, police staff and special constables as well.
Thank you, Chair. I'll leave it there.
Okay, move on to next question, which is on COVID-19 review of mayoral policies. That's from Assembly Member Buff.
Thank you, Chair. COVID-19 has highlighted links between health and London's housing crisis. Too many Londoners live in unsuitable homes, and the economic impacts of the pandemic mean many may face increased risk of homelessness. I'm proud of our response to immediate housing needs during the pandemic, particularly our work to accommodate those sleeping on the streets. However, the pandemic has reinforced the urgent need to tackle the root causes of the housing crisis. We can't do this without building more homes. That's why I've prioritised delivering record numbers of social rented and other genuinely affordable homes, over 17,000 in 2019-20, a record. While I have no formal powers over the private rented sector, I'm working to improve standards for renters, for example, through my Better Renting programme. My London plan aims to ensure that new social housing helps tackle overcrowding, requiring for the first time that boroughs outline the size mix of social housing needed locally, and we're making progress. The proportion of new socially rented homes that were family-sized increased from 34% in 2015-16 to 41% in 2018-19. The London plan is one of the main tools I have to reduce overcrowding, and the government's delay in approving it is holding back the progress I can make on this issue. Government policies are also actively undermining our efforts to deliver high-quality homes. I'm astonished that during a crisis that underscores the importance of good quality housing than ever before, ministers have responded by extending loopholes that allow offices and shops to be turned into substandard micro-flats without planning permission. London's housing crisis will never be solved by turning offices and shops into slums. Instead, we need a significant increase in government funding to deliver the high-quality, genuinely affordable homes that Londoners need, namely £4.9 billion a year. Yet ministers have only offered London £4 billion over 5 years through the new affordable housing programme. The welfare system also contributes to making housing unaffordable for Londoners with low incomes. By scrapping the benefit cap, the government could improve options for households who have to resort to cramming into homes smaller than they need. I'm doing all I can to tackle London's housing crisis. I urge the government to review its own policies to ensure that we have learnt from the pandemic in ways that can urgently improve housing conditions for Londoners.
Will you review your housing policies in the light of lockdown?
Sorry, I didn't.
Housing policies during the lockdown.
Will you review your housing policies in the light of lockdown?
We're always reviewing our policies, not just housing, but other areas as well. We actually haven't had the London plan signed off yet, but all our policies are reviewed in light of the crisis. Just to reassure the member, the work of the Transition Board and the Recovery Board may also lead to further reviews of the policies that we have.
When will you publish your review of housing policies?
Well, there'll be no formal publication or review unless one takes place. At the moment, the good news is that there's sufficient flexibility in the London plan to not need a formal review. It's not been approved yet by the Secretary of State, so you couldn't have a review anyway. But as and when the Recovery Board and the Transition Board publishes work, I'm more than happy to share that with the Assembly who may not get it otherwise.
Now, you don't have to wait for the permission of the Secretary of State to start a review. I want to know, when will the Assembly see the review of your housing policies? When will you divulge this review that you've just announced?
Chair, the member's in danger of putting words in my mouth, heaven forbid. We'll have to wait for Twitter to see how it reinvents itself. What I've said is we review all our policies, and particularly in light of the pandemic. For example, I'm more sure now than...
I'm accepting that answer. I did listen. I heard what you
Chair,
said.
there's got to be... You asked me not to interrupt, Chair, and members not to interrupt because of technology. I've got to be able to answer my question.
Assembly Member Boff, do you still want to come back?
I want to know when he will be publishing this review of his housing policies. You said you're reviewing them constantly. Perhaps you could reveal to the Assembly the state of that review, when you intend to publish the document that outlines that review. And people who particularly want to know this is, of course, the Labour group, who along with the rest of the Assembly, called for you to review your housing and planning policies in order to address overcrowding. I'm just trying to get from you when that review will take place, or what's happened. You know, what have you reviewed?
Chair, it's my turn now.
It is indeed.
So what we're doing is we're working closely with the Transition Board in relation to a variety of issues that are coming to light as lockdown is restricted. And there is several pieces of work in relation to the recovery coming out of the pandemic. And that looks at a whole host of issues in our city. One of them is reducing inequalities, which is linked with housing. But the issues around COVID-19 and the exacerbation caused by particularly Black, Asian, minority ethnic communities and other deprived communities isn't just around one area, it's across a number of policies. And so what I'd say to the Assembly member is as soon as the Transition Board finishes its work, as soon as the Recovery Board finishes its work, I'm happy to share that with them. If there is a need to formally change any policies in City Hall, of course we'd look into that. The evidence I have so far is that the London plan, albeit not signed off, is pretty flexible as it is, addresses a number of these issues. You'll be aware, Chair, for example, we were ahead of the curve in relation to our environment strategy of preserving the green space, but increasing to more than 50% across our city, the National Park City programme. You'll be aware, Chair, we're ahead of the curve in relation to addressing obesity. One of the exacerbations is overweight. I know the Assembly member opposed me banning advertising of junk food on public transport. What's now being confirmed from experts, a public health approach, which is one we have, is the best way to address pandemics like this one.
These are lovely statements, Mr. Mayor. So when? Not after this, after that. Is it going to be September, October, November, December? When will we see the review of your housing policy?
I've not said there'll be a review of housing policies. I think...
You haven't said that you're going to review housing policies, because I thought you just said you're constantly reviewing them.
Okay. Mr. Mayor.
So when will we see this review?
Assembly Member Boff, can you please let Mr. Mayor answer your question, your comments you just made?
Looking forward to an answer, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Mayor, please. Yeah.
So the Transition Board is work in progress. The Transition Board hasn't finished its work, and so it could be some time before it finishes its work. The expectation from Robert Jenrick is that the Transition Board should finish its work before the end of this year. In light of the second wave, I'm not sure now that will finish end of this year. The Recovery Board is a long-going work that won't complete until later on next year. Notwithstanding that, we continue to put pressure on the government to sign off the London Plan. We still, at the same time, will oppose the government's extension of permitted development, which would be catastrophic for quality of housing in London. So we can do more than one thing at a time. I think what the member is after is a formal review of our housing policies. That isn't happening.
There will be no review of the housing policies despite the unanimous view, including your Deputy Mayor, despite the unanimous view of the London Assembly, but you're not going to review them despite the experience that people have had during lockdown, the overcrowding, the loss of loved ones, the spread of the disease, but you're not going to review your housing policies, is that correct?
Sure, we're never going in circles. So there is a piece of work taking place from the Transition Board.
Well, it's fine. Actually, Mr. Mayor, you've answered, because if I let you go again, you'll just...
Look,
it doesn't work.
It's just like reading a pamphlet.
I mean,
rather
you need to calm down and let me speak.
I'll stop there.
Andrew, calm down. Just calm down, man.
Yeah, Assembly Member Boff.
And you listen to the Assembly, not even your own Labour Assembly members. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Assembly Member Boff, you made your point very clearly. Can we have comments from Mr. Mayor last time, and then I'm going to give a kind of ruling. Thank you. Assembly Member Boff, can you please...
No, thanks.
Please stop there. Assembly Member... Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
He's left me speechless.
Right. Look, let's move on. We had a reply from Mr. Mayor, which is recorded. You can write to him if you are concerned and happy about it.
So angry, Boff. Just why are you so angry?
Assembly Member Boff and Mr. Mayor, we stop here. Let's move on to... Oh, Dr. Sahota, you had indicated you wanted to come in on this question.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mayor, of course, the COVID-19 is a disruptive and a transformational event in history. And of course, we must take a public health approach, as you have done in all areas of policy, from housing, junk food advertising, air quality, and crime prevention. And of course, look, we all must make lessons, so learn lessons from the events of history. And the government has made huge blunders in the assessment of the COVID-19, and we're still going from crisis to crisis. I could talk about the utter failure of test and tracing, or the lack of plans to protect the residents of residential and care homes, but I'm not going to. What I'm going to talk about is the subject which Professor Undaba, who was quoted in the question by Assembly Member Boff, and the evidence he gave on the 11th of August, he was scathing about the following concern he had. He said, I hear that it's likely that free transport for school children is not likely to be feasible in the coming months. That is going to have a huge impact in terms of public health, because in London, we have 7 out of the 10 most deprived boroughs in the United Kingdom. And they also happen to be over 50% BME communities. If they are now having to, as families and communities, spend money on transport to go to school, money that they may well not have because of their interlinkage between likelihood of good job and good housing, you can see how we are potentially risking widening health inequalities at this very delicate stage. Mr. Mayor, would you agree the government needs to learn some lessons itself and restore free travel for school children?
And what was wonderful about answer given by the Professor was it was in response to a question from Andrew Boff, who was asking about the public health approach in the Mayor's housing policies, and the Professor explained the joined-upness in relation to how it's all linked and how it affects our communities. And I agree with the Professor, I agree with many Londoners, I agree with most members of this Assembly who aren't Conservative, that the government should U-turn and keep young Londoners having free transport, which is crucial, a lifeline to many families, and demonstrates, in my view, commitment to young people if the government does a U-turn that hitherto they've not shown.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Next question is from Assembly Member Cooper on impact of the end of the EU transition period of London.
Thank you, Chair. COVID-19 has triggered the most far-reaching public health and economic emergency since the Second World War. We're now facing a possible second wave and all the devastation that would bring. It would therefore be the worst possible moment for the government to choose to inflict a further economic shock on our country, whether it be through the feeblest trade deal imaginable or the no-deal Brexit that some in this government crave. That's why last week I wrote to the Prime Minister, urging him to seek a 12-month extension to our current transition arrangements that keep us in the single market and customs union if the latest round of trade negotiations end without progress once again. In my letter, I laid out the longer-term disastrous consequences for London should the government fail to secure a trade deal, 87,000 fewer jobs by 2030, on top of the catastrophic impact of COVID-19 on jobs, incomes and livelihoods. Extending the transition period will allow time for a vaccine to be developed. It would also enable the government to focus 100% on tackling COVID-19 with a fully functioning test, trace and isolate system. Your question rightly notes that we're running out of time for businesses to adjust to whatever comes next. Businesses and public services are already grappling with the impacts of the pandemic. This is the worst possible time to impose pointless new red tape on London businesses who import, export or need access to talent. This is not about whether people supported remaining in the EU or leaving. The debate's over. We've left. This is about doing the right thing and putting British interests ahead of party posturing and political dogma at a moment of acute national crisis which could still escalate further in the days, weeks and months to come.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It seems that the Prime Minister's oven-ready deal has vanished. We've just heard Brandon Lewis talk about breaking international law in a specific and limited way, and that has then resulted in officials having to dash to Europe, and Dominic Raab, the Foreign Secretary, is now in the US trying to sort things out. Do you share my concern that disregard of international law could damage London's reputation as well as the country's reputation, and that international business may be less willing to invest in London if the government carries out this threat?
Absolutely, but you know, I can speak from personal experience. Our courts and our judges are renowned around the world. Our judges can't be corrupted and are impartial. Our courts are known as being fair and upholding the rule of law. The impact on our reputation can't be underestimated. There aren't many things that unite Theresa May, David Cameron, Gordon Brown, Tony Blair and John Major. But Boris Johnson has managed to unite all of them in their opposition to the government breaching international law. And also, don't be surprised if you have people behaving in a way that disrespects the law because they see our Prime Minister condoning breaking of the law, not just condoning it, actually legislating to enable the law to be broken. With or without the approval of MPs, doesn't matter. Breaking the law is breaking the law. And I think it sets a dangerous precedent. And it's one of the reasons why, even though we may not have huge influence vis-à-vis our economic trading, bear in mind the size of our country outside the EU, we've got a huge reputation for the positive in relation to our values and our norms, and I worry about the president this serves. This actually is more about a bygone era that I'm proud of, that we should be talking about. This is something about British values we should be talking about, rather than statues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, obviously, we are leaving, as you rightly pointed out, but unless the government gets a good grip on these negotiations, we're going to either end up with no deal or a very bad deal. In October 2019, almost a year ago, you conducted research which showed some of the problems that Brexit might cause to London's economy. We're now in new territory with the combination of COVID-19 with Brexit. Will there be new research done by City Hall to understand how the twin shocks of COVID-19 and Brexit will be impacting together on London's economy?
We've got no plans at the moment to do further research, but you're right. Actually, the research we did last year, which was pretty devastating on a no-deal Brexit, across the country, 500,000 fewer jobs in 2030, £50 billion less investment. Imagine that on top of the consequences of COVID-19. I talked in answer to the previous question about employment levels in London not reaching pre-COVID levels until 2022. And so I think this emphasises the reason why it's important for the government to do a deal. Time is running out. They've got to do a deal by the end of October for the reasons you've said. And it's really important that, in my view, because the government's bandwidth is occupied by COVID-19, as it rightly should be, the government tries to get an extension to avoid a cliff edge fall.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Dual has a follow-up question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very short on time. There's lots of things that have impacted on your economic development strategy. I think Assembly Member Cooper outlined Brexit being one, COVID and the international economic downtime. Two issues, and I'm not saying I'm not clear, it's really about the debate on whether they've happened. Are you going to be, so I should say when you're elected, but if for the doubters in the room, if you're elected in May 2021, will you be developing a new economic development strategy? And in that, if you're going to do that, what's your thinking about leaps? Is it a London-wide leap, or do we have a sub-regional leap? And I'm unclear about that. I'm not wishing to put you on the spot, but is there a debate going on about that as a delivery mechanism, and where do we do it and when? Do you know what I mean?
As ever, Chair, good point made, and actually you've clearly thought about the long term, which is really useful as well. So the short answer is the work that the Recovery Board is doing is chaired by the co-chaired by Chair London Council and myself, and lots of really important parts of Team London there. That will influence my thinking around economic strategy, because we've managed to harness out of this awful virus really good collegiate working. But also, one of the questions we've got is, what does the central activity zone look like post a pandemic? And we're speaking to colleagues in other global cities around the world. Vis-a-vis the usual routine, you live in outer city, travelling to inner city, that's where the jobs are. We were ahead of the curve with the London plan, that thinking about people work, live, study and play anyway. We were thinking about our city in a 15-minute city, all that sort of stuff anyway. The second issue, so that's forming my thinking going forward. The second point you raised is really important. So Jules Piper spent a lot of time as my Deputy Mayor speaking to colleagues in the South East. They are so important to our city. They're important in our housing, because sometimes they feel they're getting the overspill of the housing. They're important in relation to our economy because they often commute into our city. So we're thinking about that. At the moment, I think the LEAP works really well. I've got to be honest, I'm somebody who's been persuaded about how good the LEAPs are from somebody who was a bit agnostic before I became Mayor. The London LEAP has a really good cross-representation of our city, but you raise a really important point, and that's why we speak to Darren Rodwell a lot. So there are some boroughs in East London in particular where that corridor is crucial. We were successful in getting funding for the Thames Estuary, so it's a question that I can't answer you yet, but we are thinking about these issues, and you're right to raise it, because we've got to think laterally about the region, really important.
And the economic development strategy, will you produce a new one, or will you just do changes to it?
Yeah, so at the moment the thinking is there's no need for a major, you'll be aware of the huge work that takes place in the strategy, the implementation plan. At the moment my thinking is no need for a major piece of work as you have to do before a strategy, but if there's a need to amend in light of the work of the Recovery Board, I won't be scared to do so.
Thank you.
Next question on the order paper is from Assembly Member Qureshi regarding impact of COVID-19 on homelessness and rough sleeping. Mr. Mayor.
Can I thank the Assembly Member for his comments and his question. The approach pioneered in London was a monumental effort by all concerned, not only the GLA, but also boroughs, charity partners and hoteliers and other businesses. Together with the boroughs, we have safely accommodated more than 4,000 homeless people across the city during the pandemic, including over 1,600 in the GLA-procured hotels, keeping the rate of COVID-19 infection among London's rough sleepers far below that seen in other world cities. I'll give you one example. London's rate infection amongst rough sleepers was about 3 to 4%. It was 66% in San Francisco. The boroughs and my team are now implementing my In for Good policy, and our charity partners have so far supported more than 2,000 people to positively move on, 550 of whom from the City Hall procured hotels. Some of these people were entrenched rough sleepers who were slept out for many years, demonstrating the transformative impact of this operation on so many people's lives. I'm also taking steps to tailor our services so they are fit for current circumstances. I'm, though, very mindful of a possible second wave and the potential need to act again rapidly to provide accommodation and support to ensure rough sleepers are safe and infection rates are minimised. We need to be able to plan for this now, and I've written jointly with London councils to the Secretary of State urging him to commit to supporting us to do so. With numbers on the streets rising fast, we're also urging the government to take measures around the private rented sector and welfare to prevent further homelessness and rough sleeping. The government also urgently needs to introduce protection for non-UK national rough sleepers by suspending the habitual residence test and the no recourse to public funds condition, and provide clear guidance to local authorities around the provision of emergency accommodation regardless of immigration status.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, for the response. And you're right that the Everyone campaign has been a success, yet the latest chain data does show that there are a third more rough sleepers from last year. There are, particularly in our outer London boroughs. Barking and Dagenham, for example, has seen, would you believe it, a 933% increase. So following from your recent letter of the 7th, has the government committed to providing additional money needed for emergency accommodation and support for the potential second wave?
Can I just say, Chair, this is a really good example of the member being really assiduous in his preparation. I received this morning the answer to your question from the government. They announced this morning the allocation. And what they've said is the total allocation for London, that's the boroughs and the GLA, is £43 million, of which the GLA will receive £19 million. And so that means we can continue to help over this difficult period. We're pleased the government's given us this investment, which means we'll work with our partners over the next period.
Well, thank you, Mr Mayor, for giving us the latest information on that front. I think there's a particular case in central London, in boroughs like the City of Westminster, where a quarter of all London's homeless Londoners have ballooned by a fifth. I was just thinking the potential of some public buildings nearby me, for example, Paddington Green Police Station, which has been lying idle for a number of years and probably will do for a few more years, whether they could be used for emergency accommodation as well in central London. You may not be able to respond now, Mr Mayor, but I've written to you as well, and I'm just mindful that that there is still not only an outer London problem, but a central London problem.
Can I just say a couple of things? Firstly, because those who have no recourse to public funds are still increasing in terms of those on our streets, you're right, there's going to be a big need for innovative solutions. We are talking to any person who owns a spare building to see if we can use their space, including ones we own. You'll be aware of the fire station in Islington that we used to home rough sleepers. I'll wait to receive the letter from the Assembly member. We're always looking at our own premises, but also other premises, if they're vacant and they can be safely used, to see if they can be safely used.
Okay, well, I'll look forward to the response from your team there. Can I finally just come to what you raised earlier? You've signed up to Generation Rents, calling for a rent freeze. We're all obviously anxious that people in private renting could be moved on, pushed on. How long do you think the moratorium on eviction should be extended, given it's going to be ending on the 20th?
I think September the 20th is too short. The good news is the government, have moved in relation to the 6 months notice, which is good. The issue is in relation to arrears that have accrued. And what we're saying to the government is a package of things they can do. For example, any rent arrears because of COVID shouldn't be used as a Section 8 reason for eviction. And other things we've got in my letter in relation to discretionary housing payments and the rest. Some other cities in Europe, other countries have got a far longer extension in relation to evictions. There may be good reasons why a landlord may have good reasons to want to get rid of a tenant. So we're not saying never ever in the future can a landlord remove a tenant. But my letter sets out a number of things the government can do that will really alleviate the anxiety that Londoners who are renting are currently facing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, next question is from Assembly Member Prince. That's about getting London moving.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm committed to helping London recover and getting the city moving again in a way that's both safe and sustainable. In doing so, I'm unapologetic that we'll not do anything that puts Londoners at risk from a disastrous second wave of the virus. TfL is running a basically normal service and has been doing so for some time. This is helping to enable social distancing and has given more people the confidence to travel. All stations that needed to close during the lockdown, with the exception of Heathrow Terminal 4, have reopened. Ridership is around 35% of normal levels on the tube, compared to 5% at the peak of lockdown, and 57% on buses compared to 15% during the lockdown. Londoners have made it clear they want a safe, clean, reliable and well-organised network, and this is exactly what we're providing. TfL is putting clear signage at stations, one-way and queuing systems, and we're seeing a high uptake of Londoners wearing face coverings. Hundreds of extra buses have also been provided as part of huge changes to the operation of the bus network to ensure that school children can safely return to school. Our ambitious street space programme has also created more space for people to safely walk or cycle. This programme has delivered over 20,000 square metres of extra pedestrian space and 60 kilometres of new or upgraded cycle lanes, which are either complete or under construction. There's lots we have been able to do to help people get to work, school and around town when they choose to. The limited numbers we've seen returning to the office has nothing to do with the travel offer available to them. It's quite clear. What Londoners want is a COVID test that's effective and a contact tracing system that works. I won't allow the focus to be shifted to bogus arguments about transport capacity when there is complete disarray on the issue about testing, which Londoners really care about. I'm confident that when Londoners feel it's safe for them to return to the city and transport, London's transport network is ready to welcome them.
Right. Okay. Can we move on to... Do you want to come back on this, Assembly Member?
Oh, yes, please. Chair, I was waiting for you to call me. Thank you for that answer, Mr. Mayor. Could you tell me, how long do you think it is reasonable or fair for a council to consultate with residents before implementing a low-traffic neighbourhood scheme?
Well, the government passed legislation which says councils don't need to, and in fact encourage them not to, formally consult. Engage, yes, and some councils are engaging. What the government was keen to do was to release the money to councils so they could have their low traffic neighbourhoods up and running as soon as possible to assist to avoiding a carnage recovery. And there are other things we're doing from TfL, but councils were encouraged by the government to move pretty quickly.
Okay. Can I use your terminology then, Mr. Mayor? How long do you think it is reasonable to engage? Do you think that 6 days is a reasonable time to engage with residents, or do you think it should be a little longer than that?
It depends on the council and the schemes. So I'll give you an example. So some councils have previously consulted on schemes, but haven't had the funding to do them. And so what the government is doing is giving funding, saying no need to consult, so the council's going to go pretty briskly. There are other councils who have been awful, like Wandsworth in South London, who literally overnight did things that residents found objectionable, because at the same time there were changes being made on the main road and also around school streets and the rest. And so I think it depends which council we're talking about, which part of London and which scheme.
Okay, so would you say that 6 days is reasonable? And what would you say to Andy in Barkingside, who now has to drive 25 minutes in order to park his car in his garage? And what would you say to Warren, who now has to walk for 7 minutes with a bad foot to get his prescription from the pharmacy, and them having only been given 6 days' notice of a scheme being implemented? What have you got to say to them, Mr. Mayor?
Well, I think this is one of the challenges. I laud the government's intention. I think the government's right to avoid a car-led recovery. The government's absolutely right. What we don't want to see is what we've seen in other parts of the world, where people, for obvious reasons, are nervous about using public transport. It's difficult for them to walk or cycle, jump back in their car. And that's why I support the government's moves to invest in more walking, more cycling, and provide an almost 100% capacity on public transport. If the two constituents you refer to, Andy and Warren, have issues with their local scheme with the local borough, I'd expect them to raise it with their local borough. And there are examples of boroughs tweaking and amending schemes where it's possible to do so. The key thing is to discourage people from jumping into their car if they can avoid doing so.
Okay, so you haven't really answered that, but thank you anyway. Mr. Mayor, in relation to Bishopsgate, the Deputy Mayor shared with us that you have identified in the Equalities Impact Assessment that the implementation of the scheme will, and in fact has, had a significant increase in journey times and cost to disabled people. Will you please, Mr. Mayor, do an assessment as to what those actual times and costs are? Because having identified that the schemes are actually going to cause these inconsiderations to the disabled, and as you said earlier yourself, that with the best intentions we need to be careful not to inadvertently make things bad for disabled Londoners, which clearly the scheme has. Would you press TfL to do the actual assessment on how much this is going to cost disabled people and how much time extra this will add to their journey, so that Londoners can see what damage this is doing to disabled people, please?
Well, firstly, I'm not sure if your characterisation of what the Deputy Mayor shared with you is actually accurate. Yes, there was an equality impact assessment done in relation to the Bishopsgate scheme, and many of the concerns that you articulate weren't quite as you say they were. The scheme will be kept under review. There are temporary proposals, and we'll make sure that we review these proposals to make sure they don't disadvantage disabled Londoners, which we're obviously keen to make sure we have.
Will you do an assessment to calculate the extra cost and the extra time that this scheme is burdening disabled people with, please?
There has been an equality impact assessment, and those assessments are reviewed.
Will you do an assessment, please, Mr. Mayor, to calculate the extra cost and extra time and inconvenience to disabled people, please?
I think Keith Brits is in danger of copying the bad habits of Andrew Boff. Look, the question that was asked...
And sorry, Mr. Mayor, normally we tend to get on fairly well on these things, but, you only have to say yes or no, Mr. Mayor. And we are running out of time, so yes or no, please.
But with respect, it's for me to decide how to answer the question, not for you to dictate how I answer the question. I don't dictate how you ask the question. You shouldn't dictate how I answer the question.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Look, I'm afraid the Conservative group is out of time now. So next question, which is from Assembly Member Bacon on Crossrail, that will be a written response. We move on to the question which is in the name of Assembly Member Desai on rising anti-social behaviour and violent crime. Mr. Mayor.
Chair, keeping Londoners safe is my top priority, and as Mayor, I'm determined to tackle violence and antisocial behaviour. I know the distress that antisocial behaviour can cause our communities. That's why I've made combating it a mandatory priority for all London boroughs and increased the number of dedicated ward officers in our neighbourhoods. It's true that during the early stages of lockdown, there was an increase in antisocial behaviour calls, although much of this was related to reports of people not adhering to government guidelines. While the number of calls is still slightly higher than the same time last year, they've reduced considerably compared to the peak in April. The Commission has assured me that all officers are being encouraged to use the full range of powers to tackle antisocial behaviour when required. Crime and violence fell as a result of lockdown, but I was always clear that the causes of crime had not gone away. That's why the Met Police has been working proactively through the Violent Crime Task Force and the new Violence Suppression Units, which is made up of 600 officers. Alongside this, we're continuing to address the underlying causes of crime. Through the Violence Reduction Unit, we've invested an additional £2.1 million to support projects over the summer and autumn, which are dedicated to improving the well-being and opportunities of vulnerable young people and their families. As Mayor, I'll continue to make the case that now is not the time to make cuts, but the time to invest in our youth services, to invest in our communities, and to invest in our police.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, there have been over 1,000 unlicensed music events since the end of June, as London's nightlife and music venues remain closed or restricted. These events not only cause significant disturbance for nearby residents, but there have also been a number of incidents of serious violence occurring at them. How do you plan to deal with this issue specifically, which is likely to persist as nightlife venues remain closed?
A really important question, and you're absolutely right. I mean, unlicensed music events can be unsafe, high levels of antisocial behaviour and illegal activity, and can end in violence. So the police are working with councils and other key partners, but also one of the things we've learned, Assembly Desai, is early intervention can be really useful and successful. I support the government's increase in fines, the £10,000 fine increase, which helps act as a deterrent. And the police will continue to take action against unlicensed music events taking place across our city for the reasons you and I both said.
Mr. Mayor, the government... Mr. Mayor, the government also last week made the announcement that new COVID marshals were going to be introduced across the country. This announcement has baffled both councils, local councils, and the police alike. In fact, it has absolutely baffled rank and file officers, according to Ken Marsh of the London Metropolitan Police Federation, as it appears that marshals will have no powers to properly enforce, and there's been no funding announcement for councils to support the introduction. Can you join me, Mr. Mayor, in urging the government to provide councils and police with more information on these marshals in two respects? In particular, do they have enforcement powers? As Ken Marsh again said, it won't make any difference to enforcement if they don't have the ability to enforce. And also, secondly, to make sure that it's not cash-strapped councils who have to pick up the bill for the introduction of these marshals.
Absolutely. Chair, can I say, the way the Assembly member has asked this question illustrates the ridiculousness of this proposal from the government around these marshals. I've spoken to council leaders who are perplexed at where these marshals are going to come from, who's going to pay for them, aside from the practical problems identified by Senator Desai around powers and all the rest of it and stuff. I'll continue to try and find out what this means. None of us is any the wiser, and it's another example of the confused communications and mixed messaging from this government.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for your answers. That's all, Chair.
Next question is in the name of Assembly Member Gavran, and that is on planning system changes and the impact on the high street. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. London's high streets and town centres are vitally important to Londoners. The impacts of the pandemic mean that we've all been relying on the crucial shops, cafes and services on our local high streets. Meaningful support for individual high streets and town centres must be tailored to their unique circumstances. The needs of Oxford Street and the right mix of uses that will make it successful are not the same as the needs of Surbiton or Stockwell. The government's new use Class E, however, removes the ability of local authorities to have any influence over the change of use of commercial premises through the planning system. This means that any shop could be converted to an office, or any nursery or GP surgery could change to an estate agent. This could have major implications for our high streets and is completely untried and untested. The government's own impact assessment identifies a risk that some smaller businesses will be squeezed out by other uses that can afford higher rents. But it justifies this, and I quote, creative destruction, claiming that new businesses will be more productive. I've written jointly with Darren Rodwell, London Council's Executive Member for Housing and Planning, to the Secretary of State, spelling out our concerns about these changes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that very comprehensive answer. And I share with you your concerns. I don't know how many people know, you spelled out some of it, but any use can replace any one of these uses: professional business services, offices, other businesses, shops, cafes, health centres, gyms, and even nurseries, as you said. Now, the feedback from business is that they are just trying to survive on the high street. And would you agree that the government, rather than bringing in these changes, should be looking at the special pressures that London's businesses on the high streets right across London are facing, not bringing in a free-for-all on our high streets?
Absolutely, and I think you've got to distinguish two groups: building occupiers who are really struggling, who need some flexibility and who need a lot of assistance, and building owners who will benefit from often taking in people who can pay a higher rent, who may not be what the local community needs, and clearly maybe something that the local council will have a view on. And I think the government's missed a trick here. What the government should be doing is giving greater flexibility to building occupiers. We've often met businesses who are frustrated about what they see as the bureaucracy of a local town hall, and more flexibility there is a good thing. But this is just completely spoiling the ability of and affecting the ability of councillors and local communities to have a say over their local high street and their local environment, and it really has an impact on the heritage of many parts of our city.
Yes, thank you for that. I think we're already losing diversity on the high streets, and what we're getting now, what these changes mean actually, is that the market is going to shape, isn't it? It's going to shape the way our high streets look and what we can find there, the services and so on. And we could be in a situation where you have a high street with no baker, no butcher, and 3 gyms. And as you say, local authorities have no control. In this case, there are no sanctions, no prior approvals, no Article 4 directions, no exemptions. And so I want you to spell out a bit more what your concern is about local authorities losing democratic control and citizens not having any way that they can now protect and campaign for what they need on their high streets, and what you plan to, if anything, what you feel you can do about it.
Well, thanks for your question. So by the way, this is the exact opposite of localisation that this government talked about, and it's the very opposite of Whitehall knows best that this government said they were against when they were campaigning in the general election. This is about local people, local elected councillors losing any voice of what happens on their high street. The phrase creative destruction is talking about people's livelihoods. Often, these are independent traders, family businesses who are going to struggle, but also potentially nurseries and GP surgeries who may not be paying the same high rents as other potential businesses who will be lost from the high street. It's also against what our London plan talked about, is close proximity to where people live, work, play, rest, and not having long journeys or dormitory corridors across our city. And it's going back to some of the mistakes made in previous decades about people having to drive from their home to a shop they want to go to or a place they want to visit. And one of the strengths of locally elected councillors having a say what happens in their high street is you've got these little villages across our city. Yes, we're a global city, but we're a global city within which there are 400 or so villages. If we're not careful, as Senator McGavran, we'll be a clone city which will be identikit to cities across the country, with town centres identikit to town centres across the country as well. I think that would be a real mistake.
That's a very, very comprehensive answer. I think you've actually hit the nail on the head with that answer. Are you going to be monitoring in any way the impacts so that we can feed back to government what the impacts are of not so creative destruction?
Yeah, so the good news is this is cross-party. in relation to the local government and myself lobbying the government. The bad news is, Nikki, if these changes happen, and they've already, the used Class C changes have been brought in from September, once a business is gone, it's gone. You will know how hard it is to start a business. It's far easier to keep a business afloat than if it goes and it's got to start again. And that's why we'll continue to lobby. Any influence members of the Assembly have to the government would be greatly appreciated by businesses and communities across the city.
Sure, we'll be lobbying with you. Thank you.
Right. Can I please hand over next question to Deputy Chair to take, please, in my absence. Thank you.
Yes, next question, please. I think it's from...
Assembly Member Russell.
It's from Caroline Russell.
Thank you, Chair. You're right, Senator Russell, to note that this August, London experienced high levels of ozone driven by strong sunshine and unusually high temperatures. To help reduce Londoners' exposure during this period, I issued a high air pollution alert. My alert system helps Londoners by giving them advance warning of moderate and high pollution incidents and sharing advice from Public Health England on any precautions vulnerable groups need to take during these episodes. But to reduce the chances of future episodes, I'm also working to tackle pollution at its source. Ozone, O3, is what's known as a secondary pollutant, meaning it's not directly emitted by human activity. Indeed, it's produced by the chemical reaction of other pollutants in sunlight. The main causes of ozone are pollutants emitted by road vehicles and industry, such as nitrogen dioxide. Our air quality policies have already significantly reduced NOx emissions. Before the pandemic, the Central London ULEZ had reduced road transport NOx emissions in Central London by 35% after less than a year in operation. This in turn will reduce the amount of locally produced ozone, lowering levels of this pollutant and the risk to London's health. But I'm committed to do more. To control ozone in London, we need to further reduce emissions, and episodes like this highlight that pollution is not just a Central London problem. That's why next year I'm expanding the Central London ULEZ up to the north and south circular roads. Ozone can travel long distances, and a significant proportion of London's ozone comes from national and international sources. That's why I'm calling on the UK government to match my level of ambition to get the dirtiest vehicles off our roads.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I welcome your concern about this. London is at risk of more ozone episodes, blanketing our city in hot weather, and as you said, it's formed on still days, mainly from traffic pollutants, which are reacting to strong sunshine. We also have the Breathe London data that's recently showed that outer London may have worse diesel traffic pollution than inner London. So the whole of London needs clean air. Even your expanded ULEZ is going to be a bit too small. Do you agree that the whole of London needs an ultra-low emission zone so no Londoners are left breathing bad air?
I think what's important is to be both realistic and ambitious. So we looked at the possibility of how we can bring in the benefits of ULEZ across London sooner rather than later. You'll remember we accelerated, with your support by the way, just to remind colleagues, we accelerated ULEZ in central London ahead of schedule for the reasons that we discussed. We, against opposition, are expanding it to North and South Circular. We think it will cover 96% of London's community. The 4% we think we can better target with other policies. But if it's the case, when we look back at the expanded ULEZ, it's not working as much as we'd like. I'm happy to revisit other policies to get the benefits elsewhere. Maybe with new advances in technology, we'll be able to do more. But we're going as fast as we can with the technology we have.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, the problem isn't just the emission standards of vehicles, but it's also the amount that they're driven every day. So the missing link is cutting traffic. Now, just last week in this chamber, your Deputy Mayor for Transport told me it's wrong that users of public transport are in effect subsidising road users' road maintenance. So does that mean you're going to bring in proper traffic and pollution controlling measures soon with smart, fair, privacy-friendly road pricing, or are you going to leave that to the next mayor?
When you say next mayor?
She's there, of course.
Just to do with the short term, you'll be aware that there are a number of conditions attached to our deal with the government. One of those was reintroducing C-charge, ULEZ and LEZ. We'll have to wait. Another one was to widen the scope of C charge and the level as well. I've got to be frank, I'm not sure what conditions the government's going to attach in relation to the next settlement we have with the government. So any discussions and views I have are contingent upon those discussions. My view is our priority has got to be to roll out the Offshore Ambition Zone up to the North Circular and to the South Circular to get the benefits of those. You and I have talked about the benefits of those in relation to air quality, NOx, fewer schools being in areas where the area is illegal. And we're always happy to look at innovation. We are in the innovation business, but it's been both ambitious but realistic. And the ULEZ, which is the world's first award-winning, is both ambitious and realistic.
Okay, so I can't quite read that. It sounds like you may be discussing road pricing in the discussions with the government, which are coming out on the 30th of September.
I can't give a running commentary on the discussions we're having.
Okay, I'm going to take that as a no, you're not doing road pricing, in which case, although in your transport strategies, you said you were going to develop a new, more sophisticated way of paying for road use, integrating, and I'm quoting here, existing and proposed emissions-based and congestion charging schemes, but that was only by 2040. Now, you've told Assembly Member Cooper just earlier that you want to comply with World Health Organization limits by 2030. London does need action on smart, fair, privacy-friendly road pricing right now to control that increase in traffic and finally give Londoners the clean air we tasted during lockdown for good. So, but I've actually got no further questions, I'm sorry.
Assembly Member O'Connell's questions will be dealt with by written reply. So it's now a question from Assembly Member Berry.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a strong advocate of flexible working and actively promote it through the Good Work Standard. I've led by example in encouraging flexible practices and increasing flexible working options across the GLA. The idea of a 4-day working week can mean different things. For example, some colleagues here at the GLA work compressed hours, fitting in their full working hours over 4 days, one of many flexible working options that I'm proud that the GLA offers to staff. I know that many campaigners are keen that we move to a 28 to 30-hour working week over 4 days. I think it's an interesting idea, especially in the context of our economic recovery from the pandemic. I think for many people, the way we work will change. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown us that people can still be productive, whether in the office or at home. Working flexible hours has also played an important role in enabling people to keep working. As long as social distancing rules are in place, there is a limit to how many people can safely return to workplaces, and employers will need to continue to support a wide range of flexibilities. As I've said, flexible working can take many forms, but what's important is that it must bring benefits to both the employer and employee. I'm concerned that too often in the gig economy and zero hours contract, what we see is flexibility works for the employer, but doesn't offer security or a guaranteed income for the worker. We also need continued support for Londoners who cannot work or on reduced hours because of the pandemic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have 5 seconds left to say thank you very much. The public do support this measure coming in, and I know that we as Greens have put forward amendments to explore it in the GLA, so we can be a leader on this, and I hope we can keep talking about a 4-day week.
Right. Thank you, Assembly Member, for your support. Can we move on to question from Assembly Member Arnold, which is on exam results fiasco? Assembly Member Arnold.
Sorry, Chair, it's my fault, not Assembly Member Arnold. I've got it. It's my
fault.
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor, yeah.
Firstly, I want to congratulate students from across the capital who got their results this summer for their hard work and achievement in the worst possible circumstances. This fiasco could have been completely avoided if the government had taken action months ago. They have failed our young people, their families and teachers. COVID-19 has impacted the lives of our young people like nothing we've seen in a generation. And you're right, that we need to support them, and now more than ever. Our Young Londoners Fund has already supported over 50,000 young people. This summer, I've invested a further £2.1 million to help 15,000 more young Londoners over the next 6 months to boost their skills and improve their mental health. Projects like that delivered by Spiral Skills in Lambeth, which is improving mentoring and employer-based workshops for students leaving year 11 who missed the end of school and had little support with their transition to college. As schools and colleges return, we anticipate an increase in students experiencing mental and emotional distress. Funded by the Young Londoners Fund, Thrive London's Young Youth Mental Health First Aid Programme aims to have one trained mental health first aider in every state-funded school and college in London. It enables teachers and youth workers to develop knowledge, skills and confidence, to have conversations about mental health and to spot the signs of poor mental health. We've also worked with the Healthy School, Chair. We've also worked with the Healthy London Partnership to update the school's mental health toolkit, which supports children with their emotional well-being and mental health. This, together with Thrive London and the Good Thinking Digital Mental Health and Wellbeing Service, signposts teachers, youth workers, parents and students to a wide range of online and voluntary sector support, as well as clinical resources.
Sorry, we can't hear you. Assembly Member Arnold.
Yes, I've got my mic on. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you. Well, can I say thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that comprehensive answer and the work that you are committed to. We know that education and that educational experience is just so important. If you like, I've said it before, it's our passport to us achieving all our potential. And it's not just about employability, but it's about our sense of citizenship and sense of belonging. So my follow-up question to you, Mr. Mayor, I would like to seek your assurance that a key aim of your historic, and I say historic because history is about the moment as well, your historic commission for diversity in public realm will be recommendations as to how we can redress the incomplete picture of London's Black, Asian and minority communities' histories and contribution to this city and Britain's economic, intellectual, artistic and scientific history. This approach, unlike the allegations levelled against you earlier today by another AM, is not, and I repeat not, about rewriting history or heritage, but about writing the lies and the racism that embed much of, that is embedded in much of the stories and images of our heritage and cultural life. I seek this assurance from you, Mayor, and I would like your word on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Can I thank the Senator for her question? She will know as well as I do that for many young Londoners, they lack ambition and aspiration because they feel that people like them can't be successful. They can't reach the top jobs, they can't do amazing things. And so we've got to increase aspiration and ambition. And the Assembly member will be aware of the phrase, you've got to see it to be it.
It to be it.
And often when you walk around our city, you can't see people like Janet Arnold reflected in murals, in statues, in the names of squares, in the names of streets. So you can understand why young people don't aspire to be Great Britons, although we know many Great Britons have been Black, Asian, minority, ethnic. And so what we're doing, as Arnold, is making sure, in particular, our teachers have the tools they need vis-à-vis the London curriculum. We're also helping more of the junior and middle Black, Asian, minority ethnic teachers aspire to be leaders and head teachers in their schools. So important in relation to education. But also the Commission for Diversity in the Public Realm will be looking at the contribution made by women, by members of the LGBTQ+ community, by those who are disabled, by those from the Black, Asian, minority ethnic community, and many others who aren't reflected in the public realm. And it's for others to explain why they feel so threatened by our public realm reflecting the contribution made by all of us. And can I just say this, Chair, as somebody who's the father of 2 daughters, as Member Arnold is a role model to my daughters, and I'm really proud to call her a friend and a colleague, and she's as patriotic as anybody else in this chamber, anybody else in this chamber who may be from a different party, a different gender, or a different race.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I shall just leave by saying I am a proud lifelong patron of the women's section of City Hall British Legion branch. And just as an aside, Mr. Mayor, I'm always available for sit-ins. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I take next few questions, Can the Assembly members agree to suspend Standing Order 2.9b in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 1.1h in order to allow the remaining business on the agenda to be completed? That's agreed. Thank you very much. So we now swiftly move on to the next question, which is from Assembly Member Dr. Moore on remediation of private sector and housing association owned tall buildings.
I've always been clear that there are major failures in the government's building safety programme. Since the horrific tragedy at Grenfell Tower, time and again, it's been too little, too late. It took a year to announce an ACM remediation fund for social landlords and over 2 years for private sector tower blocks. 3 years on from Grenfell, the government has now established the Building Safety Fund for the replacement of other types of unsafe cladding. But still, none of those funding programmes protect leaseholders from the eye-watering cost of Waking Watch, which can cost £500 per household per month. The £1 billion Building Safety Fund is simply insufficient to cover all the buildings affected. And while the government took years to announce 3 inadequate funding programmes, it has insisted on setting unrealistic deadlines for building owners. The requirement that works start on site before March 21st is simply unrealistic and must be extended. Today, Chair, an estimated 56,000 people nationally continue to live in buildings with unsafe ACM cladding. Private building owners must also share the responsibility for this lack of pace. I've recently written to London building owners applying for ACM remediation funding who have failed to start remediation work to emphasise the urgency of starting works as soon as possible. The London Fire Brigade has inspected over 5,000 high-rise buildings since the Grenfell tragedy. The Fire Safety Bill will clarify the Brigade's powers to take enforcement action on cladding systems. As you highlight, though, resourcing is a concern. It is imperative that the government also makes the appropriate funding available to support this enforcement.
Right. Assembly Member Moore.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor, for that answer. Stats out today are showing that nearly 100 private sector tower blocks have still not started remediation. 59 of those are in London. Is this group of building owners, do you think, simply slow to act, or are there more significant barriers that need addressing by the government before they can begin works?
So the observation is a really useful one. I mean, I think 2/3 of tall buildings in the country are in London. So we've got way above more than anybody else. And they're quite complicated in relation to land ownership and issues around management as well. So we're speaking to some of the building owners. We're speaking to the government at a meeting with the Minister in relation to how we go forward. Some of it is the delay in having the funding available as well. There's a combination of reasons. You and I aren't really that interested in what the reasons are, which want it solved. And so we're keen to work with the government to get these issues solved. I don't want to point fingers necessarily when there are complex issues involved. And so it's really important that everyone gets around the table and resolves this. I've got to be honest, at the end of the meeting with the Minister, I was more reassured about his commitment to working together to solve this than I was at the outset. And let's make sure that we get some progress on this area.
Thank you very much. And just very briefly, moving on, research we've conducted shows that the London Fire Brigade spend over 4,000 person hours a month attending safety visits in high-rise properties where statehood has been suspended. That has a real impact. Do you agree that the government should consider the extra burdens carried by the LFB in its funding settlement, particularly given the threat of £25 million cuts to the brigade in your draft budget?
Absolutely, it's crucial. We need this in the CSR. Otherwise, some of the progress we've made over the last few years will be lost. You'll be aware, Dr. Moore, of the cuts made between 2008 and 2016 to our fire service, particularly post-2010. We can't afford that to happen again, particularly when there are additional burdens on our fire service that need to be met. And I will be asking the government to support the fire service in the budget and also in the CSR as well.
Thank you very much. And time is tight, so I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now move on to a question from Assembly Member Curtin which is on street space and healthy streets. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. London has led the way globally with the rapid rollout of our street space programme, making it easier and safer for Londoners to walk and cycle and taking pressure off public transport. We're opening up London's streets to people, enabling them to rethink the way they travel around our city and not just shift their car journeys to new routes. This is already working. During lockdown, we saw increases in cycling. At weekends, we've seen increases of over 170%. It's imperative that we continue to focus on active travel and public transport, the most sustainable ways to travel for those who can do so, in order to deliver a green, fair and prosperous recovery from COVID. With nearly half of London's households not having access to a car, and with cars owned disproportionately by wealthier households, it's vital we prioritise modes of travel that will enable the city to keep functioning safely and sustainably. Even before COVID-19, London was under pressure. We've been exposed to poor quality air. Many Londoners were dependent on their cars to get around, and health was suffering as a result. We're also live to the scale of the climate emergency that we face. Since the end of lockdown, on some roads in London, we have seen traffic meet and exceed pre-COVID-19 levels. And that's why we're encouraging more Londoners to walk and cycle and to build confidence in public transport.
Assembly Member Curtin, we can't hear you.
I think you're on mute, David.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I've unmuted myself. Yeah, good morning, Mr. Mayor. And that was a very interesting answer to my question. And it was very interesting that you said that now in some places traffic levels have met and exceeded levels before the whole coronavirus situation took place. And the reason for that is that you've put in these so-called street space measures, which have actually narrowed the street space available for vehicles to travel on, and that includes buses, taxis and business vehicles. That is causing congestion, Mr. Mayor. Will you accept that, and why have you done it, and why are you continuing to do this?
So actually your analysis, I'm afraid, is wrong. I mean, we predicted some time ago a car-led recovery because we saw it around the world. You'll be aware other places around the world are ahead of us in relation to the spread of the virus, because of the way it's, the epidemiology has worked. So we saw, for example, in the Far East, car-led recoveries, and we were keen to avoid that. And the government deserved credit for also seeing that and seeking to avoid that, which is why they were investing, and we support them in this, in more walking, more cycling, and to keep public transport running at decent levels. And so one of the reasons why people are using their cars is because they've not yet been encouraged to walk and cycle, or because they can't for very good reasons. And so we've got to assist them to make sure that if they're going to use their cars, they use cars that are zero emission, because it helps with their air quality, or they use public transport when it's safe to do so. And it's really important for that to happen, because even with a slight increase in traffic in London, it leads to gridlock. And the problem with gridlock is not simply bad quality air. It means our emergency services, it means our deliveries, it means those who really need to use that the roads can't do so. And that's why I'd ask you to use any influence you have to avoid people using their cars if they can.
Well, I'm glad you actually acknowledged now that emergency vehicles and delivery vehicles are getting trapped in this congestion, and this is happening, and this is because of your street space program. And Mr. Mayor, you can say that I'm wrong, but actually I'm right, and I'm right because I'm in touch with Londoners, and I listen to the many and not the few, as it seems that you might do, Mr. Mayor. But there's one thing that is really disturbing about your street space programs and pop-up bicycle lanes, is that there are barriers everywhere in many of these places between the pavement and the curbside and the roads. And this means that disabled people and wheelchair users that need to use buses and taxis are not able to get in buses and taxis. I mean, Mr. Mayor, for example, how would you travel if you wanted to get a taxi from, say, Borough High Street, where there's barriers, to Park Lane, where there's barriers as well, and you're in a wheelchair? You simply can't do it. What would someone in that situation have to do? Can you give me an answer, Mr. Mayor?
A number of issues in your question. So in relation to the barriers that you talk about in local authority streets, you asked me what I would do. I would politely and courteously, not in an insulting, threatening or abusive way, lobby the council to look at the consequences of their policies and maybe suggest that they amend their policies, tweak them, or in some cases, change their policies. In some of the policies, the council may not unreasonably want to give it some time to bed in. We saw in Waltham Forest, for example, a few years ago, huge uproar when Waltham Forest introduced some of their policies, not dissimilar to what's been introduced in some low-traffic neighbourhoods. And lo and behold, a couple of years on, we've seen businesses flourishing and thriving, because the evidence is the more people that walk and cycle, they pop into their shops and shop there, and that communities that were previously against their mini Hollands are now firm advocates for it. And in fact, we've seen in the last few weeks some Londoners in some boroughs changing their minds in relation to being quite anti and now being quite positive. But it takes some time for it to bed in. So there's a number of different things taking place across our city. There is street space you referred to. There are school streets across our city. These are streets outside schools. There is additionally, you'll be aware, changes been made in relation to low traffic neighbourhoods. And there's additionally, you'll be aware, increased cycling taking place as well. Bishopsgate is a specific project we're doing in partnership with the City of London. We'll have to wait and see how that progresses. I take on board your advocacy of those black cab drivers who take disabled passengers. It's a really important issue. One of the reasons there was an equality impact assessment was to look into that. And we'll wait and see how the finished scheme addresses some of those concerns and ameliorates them as well.
Mr. Mayor, that's end of questions from Assembly Member Curtin. They're out of time now. Move on to the last question, which is from Assembly Member Dismore. It's on high-rise firefighting after Grenfell.
As part of the response to the recommendations of the Phase 1 report into Grenfell Tower, London Fire Brigade revised its policy note known as PN 633 on high-rise firefighting. This document sets out the procedures firefighters should follow when responding to a fire in a high-rise building, and importantly covers operational tactics for use in exceptional circumstances when a building is not behaving as expected. The Brigade has now begun training on this and two other key high-rise policies: fire survival guidance and evacuation and rescue. This is an operational decision by the London Fire Commissioner Andy Rowe, which will help mitigate the risk to the public. These policies are planned to go live upon completion of training on the 31st of March 2021 and will involve every operational member of staff. Training prior to the go-live date will have three elements: computer-based training with online assessment to confirm understanding, face-to-face training with facilitated workshops used to explore key areas, and a guided learning exercise to consolidate learning from the three policies. The policies will not go live until 80% of all operational and control staff have completed the computer-based training packages and taken part in an appropriate high-rise exercise. Following the policies going live, there will be extensive practical exercise carried out across London. Work started on the development of the high-rise policy in November 2017, and formal consultation began with the FBU in December 2018. Consultation with the FBU continues, and the policies remain under continual review during the training period.
Well, thank you for that full answer, Mr. Mayor. Sending firefighters above the bridgehead into potentially toxic smoke and fume-filled environments before starting up their breathing apparatus departs from years of safe practice guidance. As PN 633 states, quote, "This is an extremely high-risk activity." The Fire Brigades Union have suggested alternatives like altering the flow rate on breathing apparatus sets, making greater use of extended duration BA, and testing pure oxygen sets. Can you reassure us that all possible options are being considered in the development of new high-rise firefighting procedures? And what you say to firefighters who will have to carry out the new policy?
Well, firstly, can I, through you, thank our firefighters for the amazing work they do day in, day out, and also I share with you concerns about not simply the safety of the public, but as you infer, safety of our firefighters. We owe a duty of care to our firefighters, not just to make sure we provide them with the right kit and the right training, but to make sure they are safe. Can I just reassure you that the Fire Commissioner, who's in charge of operational matters, is taking on board all these issues that you raise, working really closely with firefighters, including with the FBU, who do a brilliant job doing advocacy on behalf of their firefighters, and will address the concerns that you've alluded, not just in relation to firefighters carrying out the policy, those above the bridgehead, and the concerns around the extended duration, the greater use of breathing apparatus and testing, pure oxygen tests. I can reassure you, Annie Rose, fully aware of this. What I can do, Chair, is ask the Commissioner to liaise directly with the Assembly member, who I know is in touch with firefighters on a daily basis, to try and address any issues he has, so he's got the confidence that the fire brigade takes its responsibility to our firefighters really seriously.
Thank you for that. Of course, the real answer is to ensure that dangerous ACM cladding and otherwise dangerous cladding is removed from all tall buildings, and indeed all buildings where vulnerable people may be, like care homes, so that firefighters don't have to risk their health and their lives tackling fires in and evacuating people from such dangerous places. The Commons Public Accounts Committee yesterday published a scathing report on the government's appallingly slow progress in remediating dangerous cladding and in failing to support residents who live in them, many of whom face huge bills. What can you do to encourage swifter action to make sure homes are safe for the Londoners who live in them?
Yeah, can I welcome the report from the Public Accounts Committee, who always do a serious piece of work. But can I say the Senator is absolutely right. The reason we're having these challenges is because the stay put advice can't be safely used in buildings that are at risk. We saw the awful consequences with Grenfell Tower, and that's why the Assembly member is right to say that what we've got to do is get these buildings sorted out as soon as possible to avoid risks to those residents who live there, those in neighbouring residents or firefighters as well. We continue to work closely with the government and the relevant minister to put pressure on the building owners. You'll be aware many of these buildings are in London. We have a disproportionate number, and I continue to work with the central government, the fire service, firefighters and Londoners, including the Grenfell community, to make progress in this area causing real concern.
Thank you. Labour Group now is out of time. The last question which we have on the order of paper is from Assembly Member Devenish on post-pandemic London preparation. There will be a written response to that question.
Out of time as well, Chair.
You have indeed. That's why I was saying
okay.
That will be a written answer.
Thank you.
Just trying to be proper. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for your answers this morning. If we move on to the next item, which is my motion, which is set out on the agenda, that the Assembly knows the answers to the questions asked. An amendment from Labour Group has been circulated, which I have accepted. I have that amendment in front of me, which is from Dr. Onkar Sahota, Assembly Member, seconded by Assembly Member Leonie Cooper. Assembly Member Sahota, do you want to move your motion, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I want to move this motion because, as you recognise, even during this question time, the crisis on the testing and tracing and isolation in London is a big issue. The rise in the COVID infection rate is worrying, and this is a national crisis that's going on, and also a tremendous amount of worry to Londoners that we are heading for a second peak. And therefore it's important that the London Assembly to note this situation and to recognise that the Mayor, the government and the local boroughs have been working together, and we want them to do so, but we also want the government and the Mayor to learn lessons from the pandemic that we've had so far, and to see what steps we can take now to ensure that we are the right place, that we get our testing, tracing and the isolation systems in place, and that we are prepared for that. So this motion recognises the gravity of the situation that faces London and the country, recognises the fact that the government and the Mayor have been working together on this issue along with local councils, but that we need to be vigilant and that we want to put measures in place that London is safe. Thank you.
Right. I know, I'm there for it.
Sorry,
I've also got to vote
Assembly
on those
Member,
questions.
Assembly Member Dismore, can you please?
Yeah, it's muted now.
Okay, he's muted. Right. Assembly Member Cooper, in seconding the motion, you want to speak now or formally move it?
No,
Seconded.
I'll second formally, and I'll reserve my right to speak later if anyone else contributes.
Right. The first indication I have to speak is from Assembly Member Barry, Sean Barry.
Chair, can I ask, is there an amendment to the amendment that I should be aware of before I speak?
Yes, there is.
It has not been presented to us in the chamber yet.
It's about to be presented.
So may I speak after the amendment to the amendment has been proposed?
I've just
I
had
haven't
an
been
email.
notified of
I've just
any.
had an email, Chair. You can't amend an amendment, but you can certainly table another amendment for debate all in one if the Chair is happy to do so. I haven't got a hard copy as yet. I don't know if the mover of the amendment from the Conservative group would wish to stand and explain the amendment, or whether you'd be minded to have a brief adjournment to allow a hard copy.
Member Hall would be the best person, Chair, to...
Well, Assembly Member Hall, what is the position? Because obviously we need to move on, and can you please explain what the position is so that I can determine whether...
I will explain the position. Yet again, we've been faced with something at the last minute when we could have known about this before. We have now put in an amendment, and I would ask you, Chair, perhaps we owe everybody else the courtesy of actually having time to read our amendment. So if we could adjourn for even just 5 minutes so that everybody can read ours and consider their position on the amendment or whatever it is to the last minute thing that you have put in.
I am happy
Chair, it's a point of information. The amendment was put in last minute because you can't put in an amendment until the Mayor has said something in terms of those issues, and the amendment was tabled in the right time, very quickly after what the Mayor said around dealing with the pandemic and the issues that we're currently facing in London.
Well, it wasn't written, though, with the greatest respect at the last minute. You obviously knew what you were going to put in because it was put in then. We could have had sight of this so that at least other members know what's going on. You've done this before, and I think it's really disrespectful to the rest of us. We are trying to listen to the questions and the answers from the Mayor, while at the same time then looking at an amendment. It's really not on.
Assembly Member Hall, I've listened to both yourselves and Assembly Member Duval. Given that you have tabled an amendment, I'm not sure exactly what it is. Happy to have a 5-minute adjournment so that we can consider, and your motion or amendment can be circulated. Thank you. 5-minute adjournment. We have to bang the gravel.
GLA Chamber Sound. 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 GLA, chamber, 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 sound. GLA.
Use quill pens to write it out or something, God knows.
We're back, we're back.
Hi, yes. Colleagues, we are back after the adjournment. We have now received the alternative amendment, which is in the name of Assembly Member Hall as the proposer, and the seconder will be Assembly Member Andrew Buff. So, can I invite Assembly Member Hall to move the motion, her alternative amendment, please? Assembly Member Hall.
Okay. Yes, again, we have been faced with something out of the blue, which last time I think we all made quite clear was inappropriate. So therefore, we have altered the wording to reflect reality. I think if there's one lesson to be learned from the COVID epidemic, it's that there are lessons to be learned. Governments around the world, health authorities, experts, scientists, mayors, it's actually an unprecedented crisis. And yet when you propose, what you propose is essentially a motion which says that the government has lots of lessons to learn and that the mayor is the one who needs to tell them how to do it. The Mayor has made mistakes too, you know, errors often informed by advice at the time. When he said at the start of the crisis that, quote, there is no risk in using tubes or buses or other forms of public transport or going to a concert, that was a mistake. It wasn't from a bad place, actually, but it was a mistake. This Assembly has asked the Mayor to review his housing policies in light of the impact of overcrowding on COVID and expert evidence. He hardly gave an indication today that he would accomplish this. In such extraordinary times, Londoners are relying on all parties to do everything they can to support London's recovery. The Assembly is here to hold the Mayor to account, and I'd prefer to also ask the Mayor to personally commit to doing everything within his own powers to help the government navigate these tricky waters. We all need to learn the lessons from these unprecedented times, not just some of us. So if you're willing to accept our alternative amendment, which might reflect this, then we can all support something. We simply cannot support this amendment as it stands because it's the normal from the Labour group. It's just government bashing. We're here to actually hold the Mayor to account, and we need all to remember that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Assembly Member Sahota, are you prepared to accept the alternative amendment?
Chair, I'm not.
Right, thank you. In that case, can I invite Assembly Member Boff to second the motion? Your alternative amendment. Can't hear you. You're muted. Assembly Member Boff, you're muted. Can you unmute? We still can't hear you. Assembly Member Boff. No, we can't still hear you. Okay.
No, so to second.
Should I?
Do you want another colleague to second that?
I'll second.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Assembly Member Hall. Sorry?
I can hear Assembly Member Boff.
We can't.
We can't.
Yeah, no, he's just come in now. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Wonderful.
I apologise for that.
No problem.
I apologise for technical problems.
Do you want to second it now?
I will do so formally, but I do reserve my right.
Indeed. Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to take a joint debate both for the original amendment from Labour Group and alternative amendment. I haven't had any indications. Yes.
Can we move to the vote, Chair?
Well, I will debate.
Can I have
It's a formal issue. Overrides that.
Chair, do you want to ask
Second the chair.
Against that.
No, she doesn't.
Hold on. We're going to check the rules first. Okay.
Bear with me, Chair. So, under Standing Order 4.5, Chair, Assembly Member Duval has moved that we proceed to the vote. We put the matter to the vote. If that is seconded...
Seconded. I did.
Seconded.
I think that's Assembly Member Sahota seconding it. If you are content, Chair, that the matter before the meeting has been sufficiently discussed, you shall now put that to the vote. Bear with me.
Is there a section on
Can you,
point of order?
can you just bear, Assembly
On
Member
point of
Boff,
order.
I will give you an opportunity to speak. Can you just bear with us for a minute, please?
So without discussion, you now put that to the vote. If it is agreed to put the amendments to the vote, then the mover of the original motion has a right of reply. That is in fact you, Chair, so because the original motion is in your name. So we now have a vote on whether to put the amendments to the vote, Chair.
On a point of order.
Well, that's what the rules say, so I'm going to proceed on that basis.
Doesn't it say if you believe it's been sufficiently debated?
Well, I cannot overrule what the standing orders say.
Do you believe it's been sufficiently debated? because that's what it said. It said if you believe it's been officially debated, then you can put it to the vote. Do you believe it's been?
Well, I believe that
sufficiently-
both motions have been proposed formally. Seconders, I'm happy for them to second the motions if they so wish to, if they want to speak on that. And based on that, I will then move on
So no
to
debate
taking the
from the rest of
votes.
Chair, there's a point of order override intervention. Override.
I thought we were in the middle of a vote, but can you please clarify the vote? Are we voting
Hasn't been
to...
carried yet, so this is a point of order. Once you start voting, you're right, but this is a point of order.
Who wants to take Assemblymember Boff's point of order, Chair? I think Assemblymember Boff is trying to raise a point of order. I'm afraid I can't quite hear very well.
Assemblymember Boff, you're saying you're raising point of order. Can you say what exactly it is?
Yes. The United Kingdom is a signatory to the Council of Europe, and the Council of Europe has some very strong rules about freedom of speech, the freedom of expression. Are those represented in the standing orders of the Assembly, or are we to be crushed like the voices in Hong Kong?
No. And can I ask for a point of clarification? Are we voting, have we moved to the vote on, is the proposal that we move to the vote on the amendment to the amendment, or we move to the vote on both the amendment to the amendment and the amendment? If that makes any sense at all to anyone.
We'll have clarification on that, Rebecca. Yeah.
So we have two amendments before us to the original motion, and Assemblymember Duval has moved a procedural motion that those both be put to the vote. So I think I understand the Chair to be saying that he is intending to call a vote on whether to move to the vote on the two amendments before us. If that vote is successful, he intends to give the original seconders who reserved their right to speak the opportunity to speak. And at that point, both amendments will then be put to the vote. The substantive motion will then also be put to the vote, either as amended or as originally set out.
On that basis, I'd like us to move to vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Right, we are now voting, members, on the procedural motion before us, which is that we now put the amendments to the vote. I will call members alphabetically to speak. I'm calling only those members who are left on the line, as some of the members either left the chamber or left the line just after the adjournment. So, Assemblymember Arnold.
As you know.
I'm sorry, you're on mute, Assemblymember.
You're asking me to vote on what? The amendment to
Assemblymember Arnold, we are voting on whether to move to the vote on the amendments.
Oh, whether to move to the vote on the amendments. Agree.
Thank you, Assemblymember Arnold. Assemblymember Bailey?
Against.
Against. Assemblymember Boff?
For freedom of speech.
That's against.
That's against.
Against. Thank you, Assemblymember. Assemblymember Cooper? I'm sorry, you're on mute, Assemblymember.
Sorry, I'm also on mute. I'm for.
Assemblymember Desai?
For to move to the vote.
Assemblymember Devonish?
Against.
Assemblymember Dismore?
For.
Assemblymember Duval? For. Assemblymember Gavron?
For.
Assemblymember Hall?
Against. Free speech is right.
Assemblymember Curtin has left the call. Assemblymember McCartney?
For.
Assemblymember Dr Moore?
For.
Assemblymember O'Connell has left the call. Assemblymember Pigeon has left the chamber. Assemblymember Prince has left the call. So Assemblymember Qureshi? Sorry, Assemblymember, was that for?
Yeah.
Thank you, Assemblymember. Assemblymember Russell has left the chamber. Assemblymember Dr Sahota? Assemblymember Whittle has left the chamber. So that's Assemblymember Arbour, Deputy Chairman?
Against.
And finally, Assemblymember Shah, Chair.
For.
That is 11 votes for and 5 votes against, Chair, so I believe we are now moving to the vote on the amendments once the seconders have spoken.
Both seconders have reserved their rights, so can I invite Assemblymember Boff to speak in seconding the motion? His amended alternative amendment. Yeah. Assemblymember Boff.
Some people have short memories. It was only last week that we supported a motion that recognised the severe problem that there was in overcrowded homes. All members present at the moment voted that the Assembly calls on the Mayor to review all planning and housing policies to tackle overcrowding. Our amendment to this, to the standard motion, merely completes this Assembly's responsibilities. We're going along with the original Labour motion. We're not taking anything from it, even though it contains slants against the government. In the interests of a collegiate approach, in the interests of Londoners and fighting COVID-19, we have decided we add to their motion. We remind the Assembly of its commitment to resolve those problems that 370,000 young people are being brought up in overcrowded conditions. So, by not accepting this amendment, I'd like to know why. What's changed in the past week? What has changed that suddenly you by adopting this and rejecting our amendment, the other members say, actually, overcrowding, not so much of a problem. The Mayor doesn't need to tackle it. That's what you'll be doing if we reject our amendment. We want collegiate working. We've got to work as an Assembly as a whole to fight this pandemic, to rescue those young people in overcrowding conditions and provide better homes for people to live in so that we can fight any second, third, fourth or fifth spike. I look to your Assembly members, and I know every single one of you. I look to you and your consciences. Do you want to vote for the children of London, or will you reject them? Because it happens to come from the proposal happens to come from another political party. Let's see how big you are.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper, you reserved your right to speak. Would you like to speak now?
I did, Chair. Thank you very much. And I would like to speak, and I'd like to thank the Conservative Assembly members for their amendments. But just to explain, and I must also say that I do have a lot of sympathy for what they've written in it, particularly the second part of the amendment and the reference to the unanimous view that the Mayor should review his housing and planning policies. However, it's our view that this detracts from the central subject, although that is a very important area as well. It detracts from the central subject which we're trying to focus on here, which is about the current situation with test, track and trace. I can't be the only Assembly member who's been having conversations with the Chief Executive of their council, with their local MPs, hearing from councillors from all parties who are saying that the situation is dreadful, that local residents are in a very difficult situation in terms of trying to get hold of tests for themselves. We've got whole classes out of school and schools that can't get testing. That is actually impacting on people's ability to be at work. And I say that rather than back at work or return to work. I think it's really, really difficult at the moment because it's quite clear, if you look at the figures, there are now some London boroughs that have got more than 30 COVID cases per 100,000. That's even with the deficit in terms of the testing. So whilst I completely understand why Assemblymember Bob, who has been quite relentless in raising the issues about overcrowding for children, particularly across London, is keen to include this. I think at this point we do need a laser focus on the issue of test, track and trace. And if we don't get test right, it makes it really difficult to feel that you can actually do anything on the track and trace side. because we're not going to be tracking and tracing people because they haven't had the test. So the really important reason why we put this forward is because of our deep concern about test, track and trace. And whilst I have every sympathy with the additional clause that Assemblymember Boff has spoken so eloquently on, I don't think that we can accept it because it does weaken the focus of the original amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, point of order. Just seeking clarification from you. These are two separate amendments. It's not an amendment to the amendment, and therefore we should see it as such. But two, can you also, on my point of order, Chair, clarify that our motion that we passed a few weeks ago, as Assemblymember Boff said, is still the policy of our issues. So, in my conscience, it's still the position of the Assembly. We don't need to clarify that further. Can I just seek that guidance about whether it's still our policy of the Assembly?
Yep.
Thank you, Chair. On the second query, yes, and a motion remains in force until it is undone by the Assembly. And there are rules about the way you must go about undoing previous Assembly decisions if it's within a certain period of time. And on the first query, yes, it is not possible in terms of standing orders to amend an amendment. So I understand the Conservative group have put forward a separate amendment. So two separate amendments are before the Assembly.
Thank you. Move to the vote.
Right. We now move to the vote. I'll first take votes on the alternative amendment. Rebecca, can you please proceed?
So we are now taking a vote on the amendment in the name of Assemblymember Hall. I will call members alphabetically as before. They are asked to indicate if they are voting for, against or abstaining on the amendment in the name of Assemblymember Hall. The Deputy Chairman and the Chair are listed last. So Assemblymember Arnold.
Against.
Against. Assemblymember Boff.
Just to clarify, we are voting on the proposal by Susan Hall.
That's correct, Assemblymember.
For.
Assemblymember Cooper.
I think we had a very good debate, and I'm looking forward.
Against. Someone's got their
Sorry.
microphone on now, and it's very hard to hear.
Sorry, can I please ask all Assembly members to check that their microphones are on mute? We're getting a lot of disturbance here.
Words about the Turkish lawyers. I share the
Assemblymember Desai.
Chair, it's Andrew Dismal. It's Andrew Dismal. We can see the circle has gone
We
around his
can't.
name. The circle of shame.
Thank you. Assemblymember Dismal. Assemblymember Desai.
Very appropriate time to bring up shame.
Yeah, just to check, we are voting on the Conservative amendment, yeah?
That's correct, Assemblymember.
Against.
Assemblymember Devenish.
For.
Assemblymember Dismal.
Against.
Assemblymember Duval.
Against.
Assemblymember Gavron.
Against.
Assemblymember Hall.
For.
Assemblymember McCartney.
Against.
Assemblymember Moore.
Against.
Assemblymember Qureshi.
Against.
Assemblymember Dr. Sahota.
Assemblymember
Dr. Sahota.
You're on mute.
Against.
Thank you, Assemblymember. Assemblymember Arbour, Deputy Chairman.
Can't hear you.
Assemblymember Arbour, Deputy Chairman. For. Thank you, Assemblymember. And Assemblymember Shah, Chair.
Against.
That is 11 votes against Chair and 4 votes for, so that amendment falls.
Right. Can we have votes on the amendment, please, Rebecca?
Thank you, Chair. I will now call for votes on the amendment in the name of Assemblymember Dr. Sahota. Assemblymember Arnold.
Can't hear you.
am so sorry, I've got distracted.
Sorry,
What-
it's the amendment in the name of Assembly Member Dr Sahota.
Oh, for.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Boff.
Against overcrowding.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper.
For. Thank you.
Overcrowding.
Assembly Member Desai.
For.
Assembly Member Devenish. Assembly Member Dismore.
For.
Assembly Member Duval.
For.
Assembly Member Gavron. Assembly Member.
For.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Hall.
Against.
Assembly Member McCartney.
For.
Assembly Member Dr Moore.
For.
Assembly Member Qureshi.
For.
Assembly Member Dr Sahota.
For.
Assembly Member Arbour, Deputy Chairman.
Against.
And Assembly Member Shah, Chair.
For.
Thank you, Chair. That is 11 votes in favour and 4 votes against, so that amendment is carried.
Substantive.
We now vote on the substantive motion. Thank you. I will now call for votes on the substantive motion as amended by the amendment in the name of Assembly Member Sahota. Assembly Member Arnold.
For.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Boff.
Against just a bucket of words. Against.
Assembly Member Cooper.
For.
Assembly Member Desai.
For.
Assembly Member Devenish. Assembly Member Dismore.
For.
Assembly Member Duval. Assembly Member Gavron.
Assembly Member Gavron.
For.
Assembly Member Hall.
Against.
Assembly Member McCartney.
For.
Assembly Member Dr Moore.
For.
Assembly Member Qureshi.
For.
Assembly Member Dr Sahota.
For.
Assembly Member Arbour, Deputy Chairman.
Against.
And Assembly Member Shah, Chair.
For.
That is 11 votes in favour, Chair, 4 votes against. The substantive motion as amendment is carried.
Thank you very much for that, Rebecca and the members. If we can now move on to item number 6, which is proposed changes to the GLA standing orders. It is proposed to amend the authorities' standing orders to reflect legislative updates introduced by the Coronavirus Regulations 2020, namely the enablement of virtual and hybrid meetings up until May 2021. A minor revision is also put forward to reflect current practice in reporting back of petitions to the Assembly as detailed in the report. So on that basis, can I ask the Assembly to approve and adopt the revised version of the GLA standing orders as set out at Appendix 1? Is that agreed? Thank you.
Agreed.
If possible.
Sorry?
I'd like to speak, please.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Certainly from today, it looks like we do need some amendments to standing orders, and so I'm asking the Assembly possibly to set up a working party to see how we can guarantee free speech within the Assembly. There's been a couple of attacks on the rights of members to be able to express their opinion. Whole rafts of members were excluded by using the vote must now be put rule, which was clearly to avoid the embarrassment of one particular group. I think it's time that we did look at these standing orders and make sure that freedom of speech, freedom of expression, the freedom of democratically elected members with a mandate, the freedom of them to put the opinions of Londoners and not have those opinions being suppressed by some kind of cynical usage of the existing standing orders. So I would like to see that review, if possible. Of course, if you don't want to guarantee freedom of speech within our standing orders. That's entirely down to you and your consciences.
Assembly Member Boff, let me assure you, like you, every Assembly member, I'm sure, is open for a proper, full debate on issues, and therefore...
Not, Chair.
Well, look, there is... okay, there is... In direct response to your question, there is already a standing orders working group. So I'm very happy through the process for this issue to be addressed. So certainly I'm giving you assurance that this will be looked at through the right procedures by consultation with lead group members, and we will take this forward.
Point of explanation, Chair,
Yeah.
because I think I'm being accused of something that I didn't do. I've got no intention of closing down any conversations within this group, but in terms of expediency, look at the members of the Conservative Party that have left this chamber, and look at the other members who've left this chamber because of the time. And that's why I moved that. The first and the first and seconders of the motion should have been quite adequate around explaining what was going on here, and I think that took place. This absurd argument that the device that I used in closing down speech is, quite frankly, not very worthy of the member proposing it. But like you, Chair, I don't mind this being referred to the Working Party, but it's spurious, and the member knows it. Quite frankly, it is absurd. And if the Tories really wanted to do something about the motion, then they should have tried to say, why don't we amend it to include the Mayor rather than exclude the government? That's the issue that was before us. And there were two propositions. In fact, the Labour group contributed to the majority of the Tory motion that was the amendment that was put down, because we wrote half of it. So the question then, Chair, is I don't mind that, but I will defend myself against using that device when it's appropriate. I do not wish to close down any conversation or any debate, but look at the reality of how many are sitting in this chamber at this moment in time, and I moved it because I didn't want to see any more people leaving the chamber or leaving the technical Teams meeting in terms of this debate.
Look, I can simply reiterate saying that I'm very happy for this to be looked at through whatever proper channels. There is already a standing orders working group, so we will address this. But let me say one thing. What has happened today is no exception to what happens in all local authorities. A question can be put. After that, there is no debate. So stifling democracy, all of that doesn't quite wash in reality. Everyone who's got any local authority experience or knowledge knows that this is how standing orders operate. So what we've done today is nothing out of the blue. So on that note, I'd like to move on. And that is, I do apologize. There was item number 3, which was on minutes, which I missed out earlier on. So can I ask the Assembly to confirm the minutes of the London Assembly plenary meeting held on 3rd of September to be signed me as a correct record?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Next item, number 7, is date of next meeting. The next scheduled meeting of the London Assembly will be the Mayor's Question Time meeting, which will take place as a virtual meeting at 10 a.m. on Thursday, 15th of October. Item number 8, any other business which I consider to be urgent. There is no urgent business requiring consideration. So on that note, I would like to thank members for their attendance today, and I declare this meeting closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.